Darwinian evolution. Junk science.
What I understand about evolution is that it is so fundamental in the time in which we live. It's part of the worldview to such an extent that it really is an everyday part of our lives, sometimes in ways that we don't even know about. So I thought I would go into this more deeply about evolution. I want to look at it as to where it really came from, what its origin is. And I think when you see where it really came from, you're going to see why we are completely justified to totally just flush this whole evolution idea down the toilet. It's not a scientific idea. It's really a very evil idea. Now, I do want to tell you that when I talk about where this came from, I'm going to have to talk about some really ugly things and some ugly comments and statements that have been made by so-called scientists. And I think you'll find some of these statements shocking and racist and elitist. These are not our opinions. So as I'm reading this, I don't want you to get the thought, well, he's reading that because that's what he thinks. No, it's not what I think. I think very different than that. But, you know, people can always like maybe take out a snippet of something you said or re-edit it, you know, kind of like they do on the news with Donald Trump, that kind of thing. And so I just want to make this statement up front because we want to make the case about this so that we can really understand what evolution is all about. You know, usually when people talk about evolution, they talk about the scientific claims of evolution. And if they're against evolution, they want to disprove those scientific claims. That's not my main interest tonight. I'm interested in where did evolution come from and what is it really all about? And only secondarily interested in scientific claims about it.
Darwinian evolution. Junk science.
I'm going to demonstrate to you tonight that Darwinian evolution is really an outdated relic from times that most people would really rather forget ever happened. But they did happen. And why is it that 150 years later we're still hanging on to this? That's, I think, an important question. Well, of course, some people would answer that question by saying, well, evolution is science. That's why we're hanging on to it. Because evolution came along and it replaced superstitious religion with science and reason. And people who have that view simply assume that science trumps religion. And for a lot of people, it seems to. For instance, in our public schools, science is okay, but creation is not. Science has trumped religion in our public school. This is true in many, many areas of society today. Well, if you want to get ahead in this world then, if religion is on the wane and so-called science is really the rising star, what do you have to do? Well, you got to get on board with science, right? And that's basically the story, because science is the child of the elite in our society. For you to be accepted by the scientific elite, then, you need to understand how things work out. You need to follow the accepted formula. So when you're talking about scientific subjects such as evolution, make sure you follow the accepted formula. Talk a lot about the scientific method. Cite a ton of canned, very familiar, blunt conclusions as examples. And most importantly, always support Darwinian evolution. And if you're not going to do that, just shut up. You don't deserve a voice. That is really the attitude that you face out there in the world. Either accept it or shut up, because you are just ignorant. That's what you get. So, as a believer in the scriptures, do you have to accept that attitude? Do you have to be intimidated by people who take that attitude because they think that they know all the scientific language, you don't? Some of them may have letters behind their name, you don't. Does that mean you don't have a right to make a judgment about evolution, for example? Is that true? Well, the truth is about it, it's an elitist idea, isn't it? For them to think that they have a right to have an opinion, but you don't. And that just reflects the elitist origins of evolution. But instead of dealing in that realm, let's just stop for a minute and use simple reason. What is science? Well, here's the definition of science, according to Merriam-Webster. Knowledge about or study of the natural world based on facts learned through experiments and observation. So science is supposed to be something real based on things you can actually see and verify. That's what science is. And science, notice, is limited to the study of the natural world. Knowledge about or study of the natural world. It only concerns itself then with natural processes, natural things. So what does it not concern itself with? In fact, what does it not have any means or mechanism to deal with? That would be this. The scientist rightfully speaks only to the natural world. Elitist pretensions to the contrary do not fit the facts, so signal an attitude problem. You see, here's what the truth is. You have the finite natural world. That's the realm of science. Beyond that, you have the infinite spirit realm of the infinite creator. Is that the realm of science? No. Do they have any means of measuring that or dealing with that? Is that even part of what science is? According to the definition, it isn't. So when it comes to things of the spirit realm, it's the scientists that need to shut up because they've got nothing to say about it. And so when they take a theory like evolution, and then from that they deduce, oh, there is no God, there is no spirit realm, they are actually overstepping science into something else. So with all the letters that may be behind their name, what gives them a right to formulate opinions about the spirit world? So really, those of us who are, spiritually speaking, informed, intelligent, and operative, we don't have anything that we need to be intimidated about by science. Because what we know, who we are, and what we do does not even come under the realm of science. So why is it that people think that it does? Why is it that people think that science somehow trumps the spiritual realm? When obviously, even according to the definition, it doesn't even include that. That's what elitism is about. We're the smart people, you're the dumb people. That's what that's about. And really, just reject that out of hand because there is no basis for it. As a matter of fact, the scriptures speak to this in 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 14 and 15. It states, "Now the natural man doesn't receive the things of God's Spirit, for they are foolishness to him. And he can't know them because they are discerned spiritually. But he who is spiritual discerns all things, and he himself is rightly judged by no one." So what is this telling us? The natural man, and really, for the purposes of this discussion, that's a scientist, because a scientist studies the natural world, right? So just limiting things to that realm, the natural man doesn't receive the things of God's Spirit, and it's really not even relevant to science. And it tells us here the natural man can't even know them. That is, the man who is just natural apart from the Spirit. He can't even know the things of the Spirit. And the reason is because these things are spiritually discerned. In other words, just like a scientist has to have his scientific instruments and methods to examine the natural world, you have to have your spiritual methods and your spiritual sight in order to understand and discern the spiritual world. The scientist doesn't have that equipment. And if you have received the Spirit, you do have that equipment. So, in the spirit realm, assuming you are a spiritual person, then you have equipment that the scientist doesn't have. In that realm, you are superior to the scientist. And that's simply true. It goes on and it says this, "He who is spiritual discerns all things." Because notice this, the finite natural world is enveloped by the infinite spiritual world. So if you understand the infinite spiritual world, that includes the natural world. So being a spiritual person, you do have a right to make judgments about that, but not vice versa. So the case is very interesting because the reality is it's exactly opposite to what the scientists would have us believe. Now, here's something we need to think about then. To give science priority above the Creator is to make a God out of science. That is idolatry. This is why this is such an important issue for us, because we cannot afford to let the world intimidate us into accepting the claims of evolution as if somehow so-called science is superior to the Creator that we know. As spiritual men and women, it is our obligation to judge scientific claims by spiritual principles and reject those claims that don't measure up to what the Creator has revealed. And let me tell you this. If this had happened when Darwinian evolution was first put forward, then a lot of misery would have been avoided. Because this teaching of Darwinian evolution has brought about terrible misery on mankind. And this is something evolutionists would rather you didn't know. They would rather you didn't understand this history. But when you look at this, you're going to see how defective this teaching really is. And we can judge this by spiritual principles, which is what we're going to do tonight.
It's alive!
Hello, I'm Eliyahu. In 2015, all the nations of the world, making up the United Nations General Assembly, voted to adopt the UN 2030 Agenda. The 2030 Agenda will establish a globalist government over the whole earth that claims ownership over the earth and all its resources, including the people. This world takeover is scheduled to occur in 2030, now only about a decade away. The globalist vision of the 2030 Agenda perfectly matches the prophecies of the Bible about the creation of a beast system to rule the whole world. That's why in 2015, I released this video seminar to warn people of the globalist Antichrist government that is scheduled to literally take over the world by 2030. This is a crisis for every person on earth. On March 7th, 2016, I presented more on the push toward the globalist utopia planned by 2030. This time, highlighting the technology the elite are developing to control the entire human race. The overarching term for this change is transhumanism. Now, in 2019, only 3 years later, great strides in technology have already been made toward achieving the transhumanist future envisioned by the globalist elite. In this presentation, we will examine excerpts from the 2016 message and compare them to excerpts from videos by the technocratic elite revealing major breakthroughs in technology they have produced in only the last 3 years. When you compare these major technological breakthroughs, all leading toward a globalist, transhumanist future, now only a decade away, I believe you will see that this is not a conspiracy theory or a false alarm. You will see that the globalist elite are hard at work building the beast. Now, here is the first video excerpt from the 2016 message.
Excerpt from Eliyahu ben David, Prepare for the World of 2030, dated March 7th, 2016.
Here's how man started in the garden. Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim, he created him, male and female, he created them. I would think if you were created in the image of the Creator himself, then that would be hard to improve on. In fact, impossible, because you're in the Creator's image, right? Well, not everybody agrees with that. Not everybody thinks that Yahweh's creation is perfect. For instance, this guy, Ray Kurzweil, he thinks we're all going to be cyborgs by 2030. He has very little regard for the human body. He thinks it's very flawed in its design. He thinks we should all be a lot more like computers. Before you dismiss him as some kind of an idiot, realize he's a futurist and Google engineer. It's not a surprise he works for Google, is it? And he predicted that humans will be cyborgs by 2030. And the idea is to enhance human beings to make them better than they are. In fact, there's an evolutionary idea here that this is how they're going to break through the barrier and that we will become something beyond human. Here's a picture next to Ray of a guy that has taken this very seriously. You see that thing coming out of his head that looks a lot like a desk lamp? Well, that really is attached to his head. It goes right into his head, into his brain. And that makes him a cyborg. And he has a camera. But it's a special kind of camera. It allows him to see colors on the spectrum that an ordinary human can't see. It's a lot like a dog is able to hear a sound that we as humans can't hear. And for him, he's an artist. He thought, okay, why don't I just improve my ability of sight by having this attached into my head? I don't know how he sleeps at night. And I'm sure he has other problems. But that's what he's done. And you know, it's a lot of young people. It's interesting. You've got an old guy like Kurzweil here. These guys are the ones that are the dreamers. They're the leaders, these old people. And a big part of that is because they don't want to die. And who does? And they're hoping that this movement will save their lives. But it's these young people that are affected by it. There are just waves and waves of these young people who have taken this ideology to heart, and they're totally ready to start mutilating their bodies in order to add in all of this bizarre technology.
Shortly after those 2016 comments, Elon Musk made a startling suggestion and gave us his reason why all of us need to be cyborgs.
I think there's a lot of innovation happening in many different areas. The advancements in AI, I think, are quite astonishing. Going back to the AI situation, this is quite important. If you assume any rate of advancement in AI, we will be left behind by a lot. And so then we could be in, benign, but even the benign situation, if you have if you have ultra intelligent AI, we would be, so far below them in intelligence that it would be like, a pet, basically.
Cat, that's what I was
like a
thinking.
pet.
Like
a cat. It'd be
Elon
like a house cat. Yeah, it would be like the house cat.
Right.
It's not the end of the world, It's just,
Well,
sort of pet.
You've seen the movie, it could be. Yeah.
It could be.
The primitive forms of artificial intelligence we already have proved very useful. But I think the development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race. Once humans develop artificial intelligence, it would take off on its own and redesign itself at an ever-increasing rate. Humans, who are limited by slow biological evolution, couldn't compete and would be superseded.
I mean, I don't love the idea of being a house cat.
Okay.
But
So what's the solution?
I think it's to essentially, I think one of the solutions that seems maybe the best one is to have an AI layer, 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 to have an AI layer. If you think of like you've got your limbic system, your cortex, and then a digital layer, sort of a third layer above the cortex, that could work well and symbiotically with you. I mean, just as your cortex works symbiotically with your limbic system, your sort of a third digital layer could work symbiotically with the rest.
This is something that's surgically inserted or bred into the species, or what?
The fundamental limitation is input-output. So we already have, we're already a cyborg. It's just that, you have a digital version of yourself or partial version of yourself online in the form of your emails and your social media and all the things that you do. That you can answer any question. You can video conference with anyone anywhere. You can send a message to millions of people instantly. But the constraint is input-output. So we're I/O bound. Your output level is so low. It's like, particularly on a phone, like your two thumbs just sort of tapping away. This is ridiculously slow. Mostly, effectively merging in a symbiotic way with digital intelligence revolves around eliminating the I/O constraint. So it'd be some sort of direct cortical interface. Some sort of interface directly with your cortical neurons, particularly. It doesn't involve it doesn't involve like chopping your skull off or anything like that.
That's good.
Yeah.
And plus, you're not a house cat anymore, right?
Not a house cat. So,
Right.
I mean, essentially, if we can figure out how to establish a high bandwidth neural interface, then you're no longer a house cat.
All right. On that note,
Just one closing thing.
I mean, I think that's probably the benign outcome. That's probably the best outcome, I think.
Are you interested in exploring this possibility that you have just laid?
So somebody's got to do it. So somebody should do it. And I mean, if somebody doesn't do it, then I think I should probably do it. But
and the goal of this is to prevent there being an external AI, particularly one controlled by a small group of people, that could be so much more powerful and intelligent than we are that the house
It
cat
would be godlike in
situation
escapability.
occurs.
Yeah.
Now, fast forward from 2016 to July 2019.
In July of 2019, Elon Musk had a presentation detailing the Neuralink project. Earlier in the year, on the Joe Rogan podcast, Musk said that there was a big announcement coming, and this was it. So what is the Neuralink? Musk states that human cognition has two major systems. The limbic system, where our emotions, needs, and wants are processed, and then the cortex, which involves thinking and planning. The neural link in its final form is to be a third layer on top of this, a digital superintelligence layer, augmenting ourselves with computers and eventually artificial intelligence. Depending on how you look at it, we already have this layer in the form of our phones and laptops. You've all heard the saying that we have all of the world's information at our fingertips. The bottleneck in all of this is how we interface with that information. Fingers and speech are too slow and a very low bandwidth form of communication between us and our devices. A much faster way to get to this information would be directly. This is called the brain-machine interface, and the Neuralink is an effort to solve this problem. It's already been a massive multidisciplinary effort. It includes scientists, doctors, electrical engineers, surgeons, and more. So how does it work? So our brain consists of neurons firing all the time in response to electrical signals sent when we see, hear, move, talk, or think. Whenever a neuron fires from these electrical signals, a tiny electromagnetic field is present. Basically, Neuralink is going to tap into these tiny electric fields generated at synapse junctions in the brain. It's going to interpret this analog data as ones and zeros to be used in the digital world. The neuron pulses will be detected using tiny threads, about 1/10 the cross-section of a human hair, or about the size of a neuron. Each thread is to be installed with a robot, so it's not going to burst blood vessels or cause trauma. The needle for insertion is 24 microns in diameter, much smaller than the state-of-the-art in deep brain stimulation. Such surgeries had been done before for deep brain stimulation for Parkinson's sufferers, though these traditional methods have a 1 in 100 chance of causing a severe brain hemorrhage. A smaller footprint should make things much safer. The state-of-the-art for Parkinson's deep brain stimulation has around 10 electrodes. The Neuralink contains thousands of electrodes. These electrodes need to be less than 60 microns away to detect a firing neuron and serve as the interface that reads data from the brain and sends data to the brain. The processor for making all of this work is something called the N1 chip. The N1 chip reads analog brain signals, amplifies them, digitizes them, processes them, and then sends it out to a pod device behind the ear. The pod device is the only thing that's going to be upgraded, and the implants stay as they are. Remove the pod and everything shuts off. The N1 chip is 4 by 5 millimeters, low power, and has built-in hardware for processing brain signals. It can read 20,000 brain samples per second. So these are real raw signals coming from a neural link hooked up to a brain. What the scientists are looking for are spikes in voltage when a neuron fires. This is the fundamental element of communication within the brain. An algorithm can detect these spikes in real time, decode them, and make sense of the vast amounts of data coming in. The system can not only read data from the brain, but also write data. To do this, a signal is run through an electrode near a neuron, causing that neuron to fire. The information inputted into the brain doesn't have to be perfect because of neural plasticity. This means the brain learns how to use the new information. The original plan for the Neuralink is to connect 4 N1 chips with thousands of electrodes coming from each chip. Signals will be sent via Bluetooth to the pod device behind the ear, and it will be controlled by a phone. The first goal is to get patients to be able to control a mobile device, a phone, mouse, or computer keyboard. The Neuralink will show up as a regular Bluetooth keyboard or mouse. The first application for the Neuralink is to tap into the primary motor cortex, the part of the brain that sends signals down to the spinal cord and onto the muscles to drive movement. It will start with simple things like a mouse and keyboard, but could also be used to read signals from all movement, even speech. And finally, it could be used to restore movement of someone's own body. The materials science team wants to use materials with properties that would make the brain not only accept the neural link, but think that it's part of itself. It's fairly controversial, but early tests on monkeys have been successful.
We wish that we didn't have to work with animals, right? That we just wish that wasn't like a step in the process. And we try to be very careful and thoughtful about it and do it as efficiently as possible. Because we believe that the benefit to humanity is in the end, like the benefits outweigh the negatives.
Yeah, I mean, but we have made a monkey has been able to control the computer with its brain. Just, FYI.
I didn't realize we were running that result today, but there it goes.
Human patient trials are set to start by the end of 2020. The target patient will be a quadriplegic due to a spinal cord injury. The main hurdle so far has been FDA approval for implantable devices. So the future of Neuralink will be in 3 stages. Stage 1 is to understand and treat brain disorders, starting with people with serious medical needs. Stage 2, preserve and enhance one's own brain. Stage 3, full brain-machine interfaces. In the future, there could even be a kind of app store for programs that you can download and control with your brain. Other possibilities from the presentation include a new kind of communication, kind of like telepathy, or downloading the memories of someone who's familiar with a city so that when you go to that city, you feel familiar with it too. The possibilities are kind of endless.
We developed this robot that can rapidly and precisely insert hundreds of individual threads representing thousands of distinct electrodes into the cortex in less than an hour. This tool allows a surgeon to aim between the blood vessels that cover the surface of the brain with micron-scale precision. Here, the robot is selecting individual electrode threads and placing them into the brain in the pre-planned location with remarkable accuracy and repeatability. When you think of traditional neurosurgery, you probably think of something very invasive. Traditional surgery on the brain isn't something that patients ever look forward to or are excited about, except in the most dire circumstances. Usually a clamp is attached to the skull to keep it rigidly immobilized to the operating table. We often shave all or most of the patient's hair. Patients can end up with large visible scars. At Neuralink, we want to create an entirely different patient experience, something more like LASIK. We even want this to be possible under conscious sedation. That means you can get rid of the complexity and the risk of general anesthesia, as well as many of the unpleasant side effects, nausea, sore throat from a breathing tube. But our aim is to simplify the procedure, down to the injection of local anesthetic, a very small opening in the skin, a painless opening in the skull below, quick and precise placement of threads into the cortex, and then we fill that hole in the skull with the sensor, allowing the scalp to be closed up over it.
But there's no reason in principle that we can't reach all of motor cortex. And that would give us access to any movement that a person thinks about, any movement at all. A person could imagine running or dancing or even kung fu, and we would be able to decode that signal. What Neuralink wants to get better access to that information, both to repair broken brain circuits and also to ultimately give us better access to better connections to the world, to each other, and to ourselves. Thank you.
Global AI will require a new kind of computer, a quantum computer. Jordy Rose is the founder of D-Wave, makers of the world's first commercially available quantum computer. Here, he explains the connection between AI and quantum computing.
Jordy, I don't understand much about quantum computing except that it's supposed to be the next big thing in power and in speed, and that you are the only company in the world now actually making one. These are really big deals. They come in at about $15 or $20 million a piece.
Something like that.
And have been bought by major American research and corporation.
That's right, correct.
All right, Jordy.
Thank you. Bye, everybody. So quantum computing is a very technical subject, and I'm not going to talk a lot about the specific details, of which I'm glad. I'm sure you're glad. There are literally tens of thousands of some of the brightest people in the world today trying to build these machines and understand them. And I'm going to tell you why. In my last 15 years of working on this type of stuff, I found that scientists divide up into two categories of zealots about this field. The first half are people who are absolutely entranced by the physics of these things. This quote is from a respectable scientist, in fact, one of the founders of this field, that may look a little strange to you who don't follow theoretical physics, but there is a very clear prediction that our most successful theory of nature makes, and that is that there are an enormous number, mind-bogglingly large number, of parallel realities. But science has reached the point now where we can build machines that exploit those other worlds. And quantum computers are perhaps the most exciting of all of these that we have within, or almost within our grasp right now. So people from a physics background love this. There's another type of person who tends to come from the computer science side that's like, yeah, okay, that's all great. But there's a different thing going on here, which is just as exciting, if not more, and that these machines that supposedly can do this wild stuff, let's forget about how they work, if you could build one, could solve problems that you could never, ever solve with any computer of the sort that we built. If you took every single atom of silicon in the world and made the most sophisticated conventional Intel-style processor that you could build, there are problems we know of that I could write down on a sheet of paper that you could never, ever, ever solve with that thing, that you could with this kind of machine. So that's very exciting. So you may think, well, this is all fine and dandy, but aren't these things in the realm of theory and speculation kind of in the same regime as other futuristic things you may have heard of which may be allowed by the laws of physics but aren't here yet? That's not true. There are, in fact, many of these machines deployed now in openly available research centers following the model that was used to introduce supercomputers to the world. They're not terrifically powerful yet, but they're doing something completely different than what your computer does. And that thing is like flight. It gives these computers access to these new resources, maybe you could call them parallel universes, in order to do something that you couldn't otherwise do. And that's not the only one. In fact, the one I'm going to come back to and talk to in the context of the story that I'm wrapping this in was recently installed at NASA. And Google was the primary interested party that pulled this whole thing together. And this one is really exciting to me, because what they're going to do is apply this machine to an area that I think is fundamentally important. It's a crux of our future as humans, and that's, can we build machines like us? So building machines like us might be possible. I certainly believe it is. I might be wrong. But what I do know is that the types of approaches that people are taking now to build intelligent machines benefit immensely from what this machine that we've built does best. So what this center is about is applying this beautiful new computational idea in the service of trying to make intelligent machines. Now, I can't think of anything personally any cooler than trying to use quantum computers to build intelligent machines, so this is very exciting to me. Steve Jurvetson has been a longtime friend and investor in the company, and for those of you who don't know him, he's a Silicon Valley investor who's probably the smartest VC that I know of, and certainly the one that's the most attuned to technological trends. He's on the board of SpaceX, Tesla, Synthetic Genomics, which is Craig Venter's company that's trying to build artificial life, and D-Wave. and that's it. And this is his particularly poetic way of framing the difference between the machines we build and conventional computers. This is what they look like. There are two of them. These are from our lab in Burnaby in British Columbia. From the outside, they look like giant black monoliths, big metal boxes, about 10 feet on a side, 12 feet tall. And they are powered, they have a fridge inside them, a refrigerator that cools these chips to almost absolute zero. Just a wisp, a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. Hundreds of times colder than interstellar space. Amongst the coldest and most isolated and extreme conditions that humans have ever been able to engineer. These fridges, interestingly enough, which are called pulse tube dilution refrigerators, have a thing called a pulse tube, which emits a sound roughly once per second, which sounds eerily like a heartbeat. So if you have the opportunity to stand next to one of these machines, it is an awe-inspiring thing, at least for me. It feels like an altar to an alien god. They really are impressive machines. I believe that humanity is on the cusp of the most important technological, societal revolution that's ever occurred. And that's when we got to the point where the machines that we build outpace us in every respect. I don't mean that they're better calculators. I don't mean that they're better at searching. I mean everything. And I think that we're very close. And my prediction is that within 15 years, we will have machines that outpace humans in everything.
February 2019, D-Wave announced their next-generation Pegasus quantum processor chip, calling it the world's most connected commercial quantum system. It will be available in 2020. Now, another excerpt from Eliyahu Ben David, Prepare for the World of 2030, dated March 7, 2016.
This language just really gets me because it sounds like some kind of a preacher or something. It says, what kind of sensation would you experience when your brain is directly connected to the global hive mind? Sublime amplification, cognitive ecstasy, and new horizons of perception, expanded consciousness, and the end of suffering from our human condition. We're rapidly approaching a pivotal moment in our history, as many scientists call singularity, transcendence, or omega point, when we may become so much more. And one version of it, singular planetary consciousness. So this is their idea, I think, of heaven. A singular planetary consciousness.
Global hive mind? Surely that is not possible with over 3 billion people having no internet access. That problem is being solved by, you guessed it, 2030.
On the 24th of May, SpaceX launched a Falcon 9 rocket filled with 60 satellites into space. This marked the beginning of their ambitious new project called Starlink, which aims to provide high-quality broadband internet to the most isolated parts of the planet, while also providing low-latency connectivity to already well-connected cities. SpaceX aimed to make their broadband as accessible as possible, claiming that anyone will be able to connect to their network if they buy the pizza box-sized antenna, which SpaceX is developing themselves. This launch of 60 satellites was just the first of many. SpaceX has 12,000 satellites planned for launch over the next decade, dramatically increasing the total amount of spacecraft around Earth's orbit. This will cost SpaceX billions of dollars, so they must have a good reason for doing so.
Elon Musk is working to revolutionize the internet by building a global communication system that will blanket the world in Wi-Fi. he plans to send a mega constellation of nearly 12,000 satellites into outer space, which will orbit above Earth and provide internet connectivity to the surface below.
You could be in a jungle in South America, and if you had just an internet link somehow, you'd have access to all of humanity's information. So it would actually effectively create a superorganism,
While satellite internet has been around for a while, the ones currently sitting in space are 22,000 miles high over the equator, and with a distance that long, it has meant connectivity for us Earthlings are unreliable and slow.
And I thought the internet would be something that would dramatically affect the future of humanity. It would be like acquiring a nervous system, and whereas previously communication would have to occur almost by osmosis.
And if Musk manages to meet his goal, the new initiative could give the world internet speeds that are around 40 times faster than what we're experiencing now, and it won't matter whether you're in the middle of a city or deep in the Amazon jungle. But with all this potential for a faster way for the world to communicate, it's perhaps no wonder that the competition from rival companies is heating up. SpaceX has so far managed to keep Starlink's technology from its research and development to serious mass production under wraps. But the Federal Communications Commission, or the FCC, has also approved requests from the likes of OneWeb, Telesat and Amazon to establish big satellite internet constellations of their own.
Just about half the world has limited to no communications at all. And OneWeb is designed, it's a big project, but OneWeb is designed to bring internet access right to the places in the most rural of environments. High-speed internet access, 50 megabits per second, 30 milliseconds latency. So it's identical to a cable modem without being constrained to having to live in the city.
It's not known yet just how much it will cost people to use the Starlink network. But Musk has previously said it's likely to be a relatively cheap way for 3 billion people who don't already have internet access to get online.
The global elite are pulling out all the stops to make all of this happen in time for the 2030 agenda. But why? What do they have to gain from making all humanity into a global hive mind?
No, this alien's not rocketing through space. It will be born right here on Earth, a sentient AI that will emerge in a research lab at Google or Facebook or a top university. How do I know it will emerge? I know because I have billions of neurons in my head. And I know that research labs are spending billions of dollars creating artificial brains composed of billions of artificial neurons. Mother Nature has already proven that this approach works. It will happen. An alien will arrive, and it will be smarter than us. And when that happens, it'll be our next big evolutionary pressure point, one that again requires us to get smarter, much smarter, or lose our position as the top intelligence in our environment. I know there are those who say we just need to be careful, and we can prevent this alien from ever hatching in a lab. There are others who say we just need to put controls in place to be sure that this alien is helpful and friendly, eager to do our bidding. But honestly, we humans have a pretty bad track record for containing dangerous technologies. So what do we do? Personally, I've been worried about this problem for 25 years, ever since I took my very first course on artificial neural networks back in grad school. And for a long time, I didn't think there was a solution. It turns out the answer goes all the way back to the birds and the bees, and fish and ants. All of these creatures have evolved methods of amplifying their intelligence by thinking together in systems. It's why birds flock, and fish school, and bees swarm. They're smarter together than alone. No, I'm not talking about crowdsourcing like we humans do by taking votes and polls and surveys. I'm talking about forming systems, real-time systems, with feedback loops so deeply interconnected that a new intelligence forms, an emergent intelligence with its own personality and intellect. I'm talking about forming a hive mind, which is why I asked myself a big question. Why can't we humans amplify our intelligence now? If birds and bees and fish can form a brain of brains, why can't people do it? That's what I wanted to know. So a few years ago, I founded a unique artificial intelligence company called Unanimous AI. We build hive minds. So let me show you what we've been up to. This is a natural swarm. And over the last few years, we've been modeling how swarms like this amplify the intelligence of groups. And we've been using those models to create the algorithms and interfaces to allow humans to form similar swarms online. This is a human swarm. It's about 100 people all working together to move that glass puck. Each of the little magnets you see is controlled by a person logged in from somewhere around the world. By moving their magnets, they're varying their opinions in real time, pushing and pulling on the system in much the same way that honeybees do by waggle dancing. So how can a swarm like this answer questions? Let me give you some examples. Last year, CBS Interactive challenged us to predict the Kentucky Derby. And not just the winner, the first 4 horses in order. In horse racing, that's called the superfecta, and last year it went off at 540 to 1 odds. Now, we didn't know anything about horse racing. We had never done anything like this before, but we were game, so we formed a swarm of 20 horse racing enthusiasts. Not experts, just enthusiasts, and we had them think together as a system to predict the winners of the race. So here's a swarm predicting the first place finisher, Nyquist. We did the same thing for second place, third place, fourth place, and then the reporter wrote a story and published the results. She even went to the Kentucky Derby, placed a bet on the superfecta, and tweeted out her ticket, which put some pressure on us. So how did we do? We nailed it. And anybody who had placed a $20 bet, thank you. The long-term potential is likely much greater. After all, if a swarm of bees can solve complex problems that would challenge a human brain, a swarm of humans should be able to solve problems that we can't even conceive. We should be able to form a true superintelligence. And because the building blocks are people, tapping not just our knowledge, but our values and morals and sensibilities, the resulting superintelligence will not be alien. It will be human, just smarter and wiser. So the next time somebody uses the phrase hive mind as a negative, remember this: if honeybees could observe how we humans make big group decisions, like electing our leaders, or resolving our conflicts, or planning for our future, they might think we're the primitive ones, but not for long.
Now, another excerpt from Eliyahu ben David, Prepare for the World of 2030, dated March 7th, 2016.
This reminds me of Revelation 14:11. They have no rest day and night, those who worship the beast in his image, and whoever receives the mark of his name. We've talked about the mark as being involved with the commercial system in the one world government. And indeed it is, the scriptures tell us that. But what if it's more than that? What if receiving the mark is actually an irreversible entry point into the singularity? In other words, you receive the mark so that you can become one of them. And then your mind becomes part of the global hive mind of the beast. We're rapidly approaching that pivotal moment, it tells us. Could what they call the singularity and what the scriptures talk about with the mark of the beast actually be talking about the same thing, but from a different perspective? And you see, what a trick. Because what they're looking for out of this is ecstasy, right? Transcendence. Becoming part of the universal whole, the force, or whatever. But what mind is it that they're actually going to be tapping into and becoming a part of? This is the mind of the Antichrist. What kind of mind does he have? Ultimate evil, ultimate torment. When it talks about no rest day or night, Could that not actually explain the experience one would have once they were connected brain to brain with the Antichrist and all of his supporters in the world? Would that not also explain why, once a person had accepted the mark, they were eternally damned? Because they would have left their humanity behind in order to do this. And if you're not a human, you can't be saved. The Son of Man died for human beings, not for post-human beings, not for robots. And so in leaving the humanity behind and spurning their Creator and joining with this hive mind, giving up their human spirit, they're giving up any chance, any hope of eternal salvation. Exactly what they're going for, right? Immortality is what they're going to lose. The new creature in Yeshua Messiah. The scripture says, therefore, if anyone is in Messiah, he is a new creation. The old things have passed away. Behold, all things have become new. This is who we are. We're not always in touch with this truth, that we are a new creature. And you know what we need? Some consciousness raising, right? We need to become more aware of the fact that in Messiah we are a new creature. And as a new creature in Messiah, we are equipped with everything we need to handle that whole cadre of freaky bad boys we were looking at. It says here in Revelation, the beast and his hordes will war against the Lamb, and the Lamb will overcome them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings. They also will overcome who are with him, called and chosen and faithful. We don't have to be afraid of those guys. We don't have to be afraid of the beast and the hive mind, because we're new creatures in Yeshua Messiah. We have everything we need to overcome. And that whole godless world will be overcome by Messiah and the overcomers at his side. This is the promise. He who overcomes will be arrayed in white garments, and I will in no way blot his name out of the book of life. And I will confess his name before my Father and before his angels. This is the promise to the overcomers. So, you see, we have quite a dichotomy coming up, don't we? We have this whole crazy world ahead of us. Now, is this not really crazier than any science fiction movie could ever be? When you look at this, this is where the demonic forces and the elite people of this world are taking us to. They're taking us to this. But Yahweh is going to use this to glorify himself, to exercise justice against evil, and to save the righteous. And to save the earth from these people. Now you might think, that picture of that knight, he looks so noble and strong and powerful. That's not me, though. I'm not that powerful. I get kind of a pot belly. I don't see how I could really deal with those kind of things we were talking about. Well, like I say, this is where we need an awareness to come upon us. You know, Paul saw where we were headed. And he had around him believers who were not perfect. In fact, a lot of them really didn't have the full understanding of who they were. And interestingly, he didn't scold them about it. He didn't grab their shirt and shake them and say, "Why don't you know who you are?" You know what he did? He prayed for them. And this is his prayer. And as I read this, I know he's praying for me. He's praying for you. And we can pray along with him as we hear what he says. He says, "For this cause I bow my knees to the Father of our Lord Yeshua, the Messiah, that he would grant you, according to the riches of his glory, that you may be strengthened with power through his Spirit in the inward man, that Messiah may dwell in your hearts through faith." You see, when you see this knight here, looks powerful, noble. He's got his armor on. He's ready for the battle. That doesn't have to be you on the outside. That can be your inward man. You know, you can be kind of like Yoda, right? Remember that in the movies? Get this little green guy who doesn't look like he could do anything, and it turns out he's got all this power because it comes from inside. Well, that's true for believers. That's just a story about Yoda. This is true for believers. On the outside, you may seem to be wasting away. You might have physical problems, troubles in your life. You might have foibles and weaknesses. But you can be powerful in the Spirit, in your inward man. And that is where you need to have the power in order to deal with the things that are coming. And it says that Messiah may dwell in your hearts through faith. You see, you might not think you're powerful. How about if you have Messiah himself living in your heart? How powerful is he? How wise is he? He's all powerful and all wise. If he's living in your heart, you can call on that at any time you need. How much more power do you need? The prayer goes on. To the end that you, being rooted and grounded in love, may be strengthened. We'll just stop right there. Rooted and grounded in love. What does that mean? Rooted and grounded. That's your foundation, right? If you're rooted and grounded in love, everything surrounding you is his love. If you are totally surrounded in his love, if that is your foundation, what can touch you? Grounded, rooted in love. What a protection that is for us. That he may be strengthened to comprehend with all the holy ones what is the depth and length and height and depth, and to know Messiah's love, which surpasses knowledge, that you may be filled with all the fullness of God. You know, it's interesting that the world of the elite is all about knowledge, isn't it? It's all about knowing everything. And I'll tell you why, because that's the most they can do, is know everything that they can uncover to know. But I'll tell you what they don't know. They don't know the love of Yeshua Messiah. Because you can't know that as data, right? To know the love of Messiah, this is a love that surpasses knowledge. It's on a whole higher plane than knowledge. No post-human is ever going to know anything about the love of Messiah. It is outside and beyond what you can know that way. You can have that right now. You can walk in that. You can live in that love right now because you've got that love. All you need to do is trust it, right? Trust Him. Believe Him from day to day, and you can experience that love. And the great thing about it is when you're filled with that love, you're filled with all the fullness of God. You know, a cyborg, come on. You'll be tromping over those guys before breakfast. Filled with all the fullness of God. Now, to Him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or think, according to the power that works in us. What power is that? What power is that? That's resurrection power. Resurrection power. It lives inside of you. I don't care if you're 95 years old. If you belong to Yeshua Messiah, you've got resurrection power. Even the grave can't stop you. So don't be afraid of this world. Don't be afraid of what the enemy can throw against you. You are ready for anything he can throw against you, if only you will believe in who you are and what you've got. To Him be the glory in the assembly and in Messiah Yeshua to all generations forever and ever. And I might add, even unto the final generation. I'm stoked. I'm encouraged. I'm excited to face the world of 2030. And I hope you are too.
Hello, this is Judah. Eliyahu, my dad, and I worked on this presentation together. The day after the excerpt from March 7th, 2016 message you just heard, the speaker died. That next day, the speaker, Eliyahu ben David, suffered a widowmaker heart attack and died on the table in the hospital under the care of a state-of-the-art cardiac team. Eliyahu's blood was literally congealing in his veins. The lead doctor of the cardiac team later said it was beyond his expertise and the latest technology to revive Eliyahu, saying he could not take credit for the amazing recovery from death. Eliyahu says that's where the resurrection life within him kicked in, bringing him back to life again. He says this proves everything he had said the day before about the power of the new creation and resurrection life in Messiah that you have just heard. 1 week later, Eliyahu was recorded on video explaining his amazing experience. You can find the video report at zion.org, TSIYON.org.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.
We have the question, will nationalism trump globalism? You know, there's a lot of excitement right now. A lot of people who are not big fans of globalism are kind of getting excited. And they're talking about the globalists finally being defeated, and we're going to get rid of that globalism, and we're going to have a nationalistic resurgence. Well, the question is this really going to happen? Is nationalism going to trump globalism? Are we seeing the end of globalism? And what does this have to do with the scriptures? Well, of course, the big thing that happened this last week was the Brexit referendum of the UK voting to leave the European Union. Now, here are the final results. About 52% of the voters chose to leave, over 48% that chose to remain. So as you can see, although those who voted leave were in the majority, it's not a big majority. It's not even 5% difference. But nevertheless, it's enough. It's enough in order for the UK to leave the EU. And there was a big celebration for those that wanted out of the EU. There was celebration in the streets from those people. Nigel Farage, I love his name. You know, what a clever guy. I don't know if you've ever got a chance to listen to him talking about the EU, but he's very witty in his opposition to it, been opposed to it for a long time. He said that this vote was a victory for ordinary people, and he called it an Independence Day. And he said, we've got our country back thanks to all of you, meaning all of those that voted to leave the EU. And they weren't the only ones celebrating. There were what were called far-right groups. You might call them simply reasonable groups in places across Europe who saw this as the beginning of a wave of exits from the EU and celebrating this event. They call it Brexit fever. France, Italy, Netherlands, Denmark, and perhaps more countries are seeking a vote on leaving the EU. So this is a pretty major thing that's going on in Europe. There's quite a lot of nationalist sentiment. But in America, we've got something very similar going on. In fact, the rhetoric is very similar for Brexit, as we hear from Donald Trump here in America. He also celebrated the Brexit vote, saying that the people in the UK have voted to reassert control over their own politics, borders, and economy. And he said that come November, the American people will have the chance to reject today's rule by the global elite. And that's what Donald Trump sees this about, rejecting the rulership of the global elite and taking the rulership back by the people. And amazingly, there's somebody that agrees with him that you wouldn't expect. This guy. President Obama. You'd never expect him to be agreeing with Donald Trump on anything, would you? But he said, I do think that yesterday's vote speaks to the ongoing changes and challenges that are raised by globalism. So they seem to agree that globalism is really the central thing that is driving this nationalistic move. So we wonder, what is it about globalism that's causing that? Why is this nationalistic backlash against globalism happening, and especially happening now? Well, I find it interesting that some of the very things that I've been talking about in various messages are now coming to the fore once again as really a catalyst for these latest events. For example, this cartoon illustrates for us a trend that we've been following, a trend of the super rich, and how so much of the wealth is flowing upward to the super rich. It's represented here as a pie. The wealthy are getting the pie, the middle class get one piece out of the whole pie, and the poor get a few berries. And that's about how it's working. We have looked at the figures in the past, and it's astounding. As a matter of fact, we found that less than 80 individuals have more wealth than half of the world population. So really, the picture is no exaggeration. And of course, with so much wealth going to so few people, pushback against that is inevitable at some point. Well, there's another issue that has pushed this over the tipping point. And that is the migrant chaos in Europe. This has just been a nightmare throughout Europe, including in the United Kingdom. It's brought along with it incredible, absolutely incredible chaos to the people. It's brought crime with it and just causing unrest across Europe. Along with the problems of so many migrants, there's also this problem, Islamic violence. And we've been seeing it. We've been seeing terrorist incidents across Europe, in Brussels, in France. We've seen some of it jump the pond and come over here to the United States as well. And while the ruling class continues to tell us, don't be prejudiced against the Muslims, the working class is thinking, we don't want these people killing us. We don't want them abusing our women, which a lot of that is happening. So this has been a very emotional impetus towards this nationalistic movement and against globalism. Then there's just the fact that the corporate elite seem to have a free pass. That the working class people, they pay all the bills, all the rules apply to them, while the corporate elite actually own and control the politicians. They get everything they want. Everything is for them. And a lot of people are just fed up with that. So when you look at all of this, and you can see that some move against globalism is justified on the part of the people. Have we finally had it with globalism? Is globalism over now? Actually, no. This nationalistic move actually brings us even closer to world government than we've ever been. Now, you might think that sounds strange. However, maybe you're not thinking about the Hegelian dialectic. You know, we go through this all the time. Left, right, left, right. We get a president on the right, pushes through all the agenda of the conservatives. Then we get a president on the left who pushes through their social agenda. Everybody gets sick of that. Goes back to the right again. And on we have gone. And with each step, we find ourselves getting closer to world government. And it seems like whether the left or the right is in control, globalism keeps growing. That is what has been happening. This is because this Hegelian dialectic is the elite's framework for guiding our thoughts and our actions into conflicts that lead us to a predetermined solution. What happens is there's a thesis. That's the big idea, the thesis. And a lot of people are for it. They push it forward. But then there's opposition that forms against that idea. And that opposition pushes back, bringing things to a new position called a synthesis between the two positions. And it actually moves ahead the thesis. That's what happens. It's like taking 3 steps forward and 1 step back. And then 3 more steps forward and 1 step back. That's kind of how it works, so that the net movement is forward. Take a look at this as an example. This is how Hegelian dialectic control operates. There's the idea that gets put out there. Now realize the elite control the media. They own it, okay? All of the highly paid news figures you see on TV, who is paying their salary? It's the owners, the globalist elite that pays their salary. So the message that comes through in the media is controlled by the globalists. And then, of course, we have the political arena. And we vote people in and out of office. So we think. But what we have seen is that the votes of the people are not what actually controls what the politicians do. It's the support they get. It's the big donors that donate to their campaigns. Those donations make them rich, but they owe those people that are supporting them. So the global elite own the politicians and the political machinery. So if they own the media and they own the whole political apparatus, they are the ones that can control the dialectic. In other words, the conversation. They can frame the conversation the way they want it in order to move things forward according to their goals. So that's what they do. And all of a sudden, you'll notice in the media, everything is about a certain topic. And that's what gets put forward. But then there's always an argument on the other side. And that is framed against what is initially put forward. And then out of that comes something new. And that keeps happening over and over and over again. And that has brought us from a situation, for instance, just looking at one area, the social area, okay? That has brought us from a place where in this country, deviant sexual behavior, for example, was against the law in every state. Now the people that practice that kind of behavior actually have special rights in our country. How could that happen? The answer is the Hegelian dialectic is how that could happen. There's so many other areas we could look at where they have accomplished the same thing using this method. And what this process is about is bringing the whole world forward to the ultimate goal of the globalists, and that is global government. That's where they want to take us, because when they get us in one global government, then they totally have control of us. And then they don't just have to persuade us anymore like they do now. Then they can just control our lives. And it's going to be so much easier for them. So this is what they want to have happen. And this is what the Hegelian dialectic is really all about. And look at how far they brought that already. Well, Marine Le Pen says it's no longer left versus right, but nationalism versus globalism. When you look at this in terms of the Hegelian dialectic, what is this telling you? It's not left against right anymore. We're past that now. That's what it's been for decades, right? For many decades. Now we're past that. Take Donald Trump, for example. Even the evangelical Christians favor him. And yet, as far as the social issues, he really is closer to the left than he is to the right. But that's not the big issue right now, is it? The thing about Donald Trump is he stands for nationalism. And really the others all stand for globalism. We have here some of the differences between nationalism and globalism. Nationalism exerts controlled borders. To have a country, you've got to control who comes in and out of your country. Globalism says no borders. People should just be able to go wherever they want. Nationalism says controlled trade borders. Now, the buzz term for the globalists is free trade. They want no trade borders. In other words, free trade. The reason for this is the supranational corporations don't want to have to stay in a country like America, where the wages are higher and where it costs them more. They want to just be able to cross any border, go wherever it's cheapest for them to produce things, even if they leave lots and lots of their workers behind without jobs. So that favors the globalists. But they have this ideology about free trade. A lot of people buy into that who are not globalists. They just believe what they're told. Donald Trump, for example, he says, we're done with that. We have to have controlled trade borders. We have to have good deals in order to protect our country. Nationalism says what's best is distinct nation states. Countries should have their own identity. They should have control over their own country, their own nation. Globalists say what's best. We have one world, so what we need is one super state to govern it all. The nationalists then say, yes, but each country has its unique culture. And that's tradition. of each country, and that should be preserved for the people. But the globalists say, that's all the past. Now we're moving into a time where there's going to be one big global culture. Everybody has to blend into that. The world monoculture. These are the two ideas, nationalism and globalism. And these now are the opposing thesis and antithesis. No longer left and right. No longer liberalism and conservatism. Now nationalism and globalism have taken over. That shows you how far the Hegelian dialectic has actually progressed. We've had a lot of progress for the globalists in the things they want. Things like the EU, bringing all of Europe under one control that's not democratic. For instance, with the recent migrant crisis, individual countries are not able to make a choice for their country whether they want to have more migrants. Under the EU, they all just have to accept them. NAFTA, where in America, a lot of the industry has moved south into Mexico. All tariffs and so on have been removed, and a lot of jobs have moved south as well. And globalist trade deals, all kinds of globalist trade deals that have taken jobs away from the West, the United States, away from the EU, away from the UK, to other countries. And what happens here is the technology that has been developed in the West, the wealth that has been developed in the West, is simply taken without anybody paying for that, nobody paying anything to those countries for that, just taking it off to another country where it can be utilized for the globalists to make a lot more money. So they have used all of these things and many more in order to become even more wealthy. This, of course, has brought about this popular nationalist backlash. Brexit, Trump, and this whole wave now of nationalism, it's all because of these excesses of globalism. So what is going to happen now that there seems to be this rise of nationalism coming along? Well, here's what you can expect. The nationalists are going to become the villains. That's what's going to happen. And once again, the thesis develops the antithesis, and then the synthesis will come out of that. So how do we move things beyond nationalism to the goals of the globalists? That's what some of them are thinking. Here we can be sure they'll turn to people like David Rockefeller, who has said all we need is the right major crisis and the nations will accept the New World Order. You see, if they put on enough pressure on the world and they can blame it on the nationalists, the world will turn the other way. And it will turn the other way with a vengeance. So already, as soon as this happened, a narrative has started to come forth. For instance, we see this article, Britain turns its back on Europe. Those Brits are traitors, aren't they? Immoral. They've turned their back on Europe. Isn't that what that's telling you? Is that what they were doing, turning their back on Europe? I don't think so. But that's the message they want to send. And what they really are doing is looking for more freedom, more control over their lives. But that's not what you read in the papers. In the papers, they've turned their back on Europe. And then we had this section in this article, key developments from the Brexit vote. They're all bad. They're all bad, okay? They lose their prime minister, David Cameron. What a nice guy he is, too. Huh? There's likely to be another referendum in Scotland on whether they want to stay in the UK. So the UK is now going to break up because of this, we're told. Their money has already plunged to a 30-year low. That has happened. The stock market had huge sell-offs almost immediately from this Brexit vote. Banks have been affected. And the EU, unhappy with this vote, is saying, get out. And of course, we have other countries now that are thinking about following suit. And this too is seen as something bad that these evil Brits did by voting against staying in the EU. The EU Parliament leader, he says, we want Britain out as soon as possible. Now realize Britain has been the #2 economy in the EU. They have invested billions of dollars, the equivalent of billions of dollars, into the European Union, and they are going to continue to be paying that, even though they had this vote. But despite everything that they've done for the EU is saying, get the heck out of here. We don't want you here. And here's what the EU Parliament leader said. The EU is the world's biggest single market, and Britain has just cut its ties with that market. That'll have consequences, and I don't believe other countries will be encouraged to follow that dangerous path. What is he saying? He's saying, we're going to punish Britain. And we're going to punish Britain so bad that no other country is going to want to do what Britain has done. Do you think that's just idle talk? I don't think it is. Then we read articles like this. Brexit. Is this like the 2008 financial crisis? You know, a financial crisis has been looming. It is inevitable. We've talked about that too. I've shown you the facts. And this has just been waiting. Now the globalists can pin it on the nationalists instead of taking responsibility for the fact they caused it. So all of this financial trouble that is about to fall on the world has started falling on the world. It's all going to be blamed on the nationalists. It's not just in Britain. In the US, stocks immediately started dropping. And we're told the UK is on the brink of a recession because of this vote. In the UK, they've been writing about the consequences of what's going to happen. And we're told that many people in the UK that read this are shocked that all of these results are going to happen. Now, we've already seen the vote won by less than 5%. Do you think all of this negativity that has been coming out already, that's going to be backed up with actions by the globalists, can move public opinion 5%? Do you think they could move it a lot more than 5%? So, really, this nationalist move is not very solid, is it? And when things move the other way, what happens then? The next time someone wants to make a nationalist move, what do all their friends tell them? Well, we tried that and it failed. And it kills the whole thing before it even gets started. That's very, very possible to happen. Here in the United States, we have the matter of Donald Trump and everything that he is promising to do for the country, promoting nationalism. His opponent says Trump would drive the U.S. economy into a recession. What do you think the globalists have in mind, friends? It's very possible what they're thinking is, if these nationalists don't back off, we're going to bring the world into a recession. That's very likely what you're going to see happen in order to put pressure on the people to conform to the globalist ideals. Now, while you're getting these scare tactics and threats, you're also getting something else. The New York Post, power to the people. Well, this is not celebrating the nationalist resurgence, even though it looks like it on the cover. Looks like that on the cover, so you pick up the magazine and read it. When you actually get inside it, once again, it's a gloomy picture for Brexit. And what they're saying is, okay, you can avoid all of these bad consequences. What we could do here is reform globalism, reform the EU with something called reformed globalization. What you're looking at is the Hegelian dialectic, right? Globalism, they call it protectionism here. It's nationalism, right? They have changed it. It's protectionism. So, globalism, protectionism, and now the synthesis, reformed globalism. Gee, we didn't understand we were hurting all you people so bad. Let us just fix it and everything will be fine. Here's a good example, George Soros. Globalist billionaire. This is what he said. Admittedly, the EU is a flawed construction. They just figured that out now. Okay? You know, a week ago, George Soros would not say that about the EU, at least publicly. Now he's saying that. And then he says, after Brexit, all of us who believe in the values and principles that the EU is designed to uphold must band together to save it by thoroughly reconstructing it. We're going to fix all the bad stuff in the EU. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make it better. All those things that were bothering all you people, don't worry about that now. We're going to fix all those things. He says, I'm convinced that as the consequences of Brexit unfold in the weeks and months ahead, more and more people will join us. Is that not a veiled threat? He's saying, we're going to punish you for leaving the EU, and you're going to change your mind. You're going to think, like I think, that simply restructuring the EU is really what we need to do. That's what he's saying. I think that pretty well represents the mindset of the globalists. Now, you might think it's too late because they already had the Brexit vote. However, the same day or the next day, people came out, influential figures in the UK, saying, we need a second referendum. In fact, over 1 million people have already signed on for a second referendum. Where is that all going to go? Well, we don't know for sure, but I can tell you where it's not going to go. The world is not now going to swing back over to nationalism. You know, you have all these people celebrating that. They think that's what's going to happen. That's not what's going to happen. Because the nationalists are not the ones that control the world's wealth. They are not the ones that have the real power. It's the globalists that do. And they know how to use the carrot and the stick. They've been using it for a very long time. As you can see, they're already out there with their carrot, with their stick. They're beating on all the nationalists while they're holding out the carrot in front of them. You'll get that and we'll stop beating you if you just do what we tell you. That's where it's all going. And it's very predictable that this method is going to get the people back in line. How long will that take? Maybe not long, maybe longer than we might think. But either way, it will happen. They will get the world back in line with the globalist agenda. And if the nationalists aren't malleable enough, then it could be a painful time coming up for everybody. Just so the whole world will blame those nationalists and they'll change their mind about things and get back in line with the globalists. Because remember, all the nations of the world signed on to Agenda 2030 with the United Nations. They have already committed, including Britain, by the way. The fact they have backed out of the EU doesn't change the fact they have signed Agenda 2030, which gives the United Nations control over all the world's resources by 2030. In other words, a global government. That's not undone at all. And what about all the rest of the gains that globalists have made over the last decade or so? What about the social changes that have happened? Do the nationalists really even care about that? For instance, here in America, do you think Donald Trump is going to roll back same-sex marriage? How about abortion? Is he going to roll that back? I don't think so. See, a great deal that the globalists have accomplished already is pretty well set in stone at this point, and it's not going to be undone. So, the net effect of all of this is that it is actually moving the globalist agenda forward. There was bound to be pushback against the globalists. They knew that would happen at some point. You can be sure they were ready for that. And now that it's happened, they're going to deal with it. And when they get done with dealing with it, where are we going to be at? We're going to be at the place where the world is ready for global government. That's ahead of us. This has brought us closer to that goal. That battle can be fought, and then the world will be brought to that place of global government. We know from Scripture, global government is coming. The beast is rising out of the sea. Revelation 13 tells us he's given authority over every tribe, people, language, and nation. What is that? Global government. All who dwell on the earth will worship him. What is that? Global government. This is something that must happen, and really, we're getting closer than ever to that happening. But I want to remind you, this is the part I like. You know, the truth is, globalism cannot deal with the world's problems. It cannot do all the things it promises. It cannot do away with poverty. It cannot certainly do away with sickness or death. And what about nationalism? Well, in the name of nationalism, governments of the earth have murdered millions of their own people. You know, this is the history of nationalism. And what about wars? World War I, World War II, wasn't that all about nationalism? Nationalism is no answer to the world's problems either. The kingdom is the answer. The kingdom is the only answer. And after we get past globalism, this is what happens. The Son of Man comes with the clouds of heaven. He's given dominion, glory, and the kingdom that all the peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. He gets to say what the final answer actually is. The Hegelian dialectic will be over because it's actually Yeshua Messiah that trumps both nationalism and globalism. This is the future. So you know what? This is what we're signed up for here. And I have to tell you the truth. I have some sympathy for the nationalists. They're hurting, as we all are, from what the globalists have done. And the truth about them, though, is they don't know the real answer. Many of them would get on board with us if they really understood that nationalism is not the answer either. I think the better we understand what is really going on, and we see this for what this is really all about, that this is the movement of the Hegelian dialectic. It's the globalists moving society closer to globalism. If they can understand that as we can understand that, then we can realize throwing ourselves behind nationalism is not going to bring us to the place that any of us want to be. Where we're at right now, we have a golden opportunity right now because the world is so caught up with these issues, they really don't care a great deal about us. And it leaves us free. You know, it leaves us free to do the work of our Father. It leaves us free to put forth the truth about the kingdom. It leaves us free to fish out whoever will come and be saved from this crooked generation. So really, when I look at all of this, I see an opportunity here for us. And let's make the most of this opportunity. Friends, do everything you can, because when we get past this whole discussion in the world, when we finally get under the globalism that's coming, the world is going to turn into an absolute living hell. Now, we have lots of problems right now in the world, but what we're going to look at that time is beyond the imagination. It's going to be literally the worst time that has ever occurred in human history. And people are so going to need to know what the truth is when that happens. We have an opportunity to tell them about that now, to help them to respond now, to find the remnant now. It's not nationalism, it's not globalism, it's the kingdom. We need to let the world know that is the answer.
The global economy is teetering. World affairs are in a shambles. Unprecedented changes are in the works. The biblical signs of the last days are indeed upon us, meaning that global disaster is imminent. Yet, escape is possible. That's what this Remnant Exodus seminar is all about. Escape. Explaining the threat. Exposing the lies. And pointing out the only way of escape from the impending doom. This Remnant Exodus seminar includes 7 power-packed video presentations each one about an hour to an hour and a half in length. These presentations are based on the scriptures, both Old Testament and New Testament, on current events, and on documented history. Each video builds on those before it. The Remnant Exodus seminar is designed to easily go through this information step by step with slides and illustrations to guide you each step of the way. Prepare for assumptions of the past to be challenged, giving you important new information to help guide your way. There are no gimmicks here, no manipulation, no lies. We know that your life is literally on the line. So documentation is provided for the facts in this presentation for you to check out for yourself. Consider all of the evidence, and then you be the judge. Here is a short outline of what's included in these videos. The first video is entitled Escape the Mark. The mark of the beast of Revelation is coming. You need to escape before that happens. Video 2 is entitled The War on Cash. We're quickly moving toward a cashless world. This will bring in the mark. Video number 3 is entitled No Rapture, No Escape. The pre-trib rapture is a fatally flawed doctrine based on assumptions that do not agree with the facts of history. Find out how the facts about the early believers change everything you may have been told. A pre-trib rapture does not offer a way of escape. I would add that the history that is presented in this particular video is absolutely eye-opening and an entirely different paradigm than what you have ever heard. Video number 4 is entitled The Great Judaic Schism. The influence of rabbinical Judaism on the world has been far-reaching, more far-reaching, in fact, than most of us realize. Revisiting the history of first-century Judaic sects is eye-opening for Jews, Christians, and Messianics, since all three groups are directly affected by this information. Video 5 is entitled The Christian Church Did Not Exist Before 135 AD. Yes, for hundreds of years, Christians have been told that the Christian Church began at Pentecost, as allegedly reported in the book of Acts. Yet, based on easily proven facts, many Christian scholars know this is not true. The Christian Church did not exist before 135 AD, a fact with huge ramifications when looking for a way of escape. Video 6 is entitled Into Babylon. History clearly shows that both rabbinical Judaism and Christianity started on the path into Babylon in the 2nd century AD. This has set up people from both of these groups for disaster when Babylon the Great of Revelation 17 and 18 soon meets its end. Yes, this is a shocking claim. That's why you need to take in this seminar. The final video, video number 7, is entitled Remnant Exodus. The remnant is one of the most well-established teachings of Scripture, yet probably is also the most neglected. Here you will learn who the remnant are and how the remnant exodus offers the only way of escape. Perhaps most importantly, it will finally become clear how you can escape as part of this group. A seminar of this depth on any topic could normally cost you thousands. Yet, we are offering you the entire seminar from our website at absolutely no cost. All we ask is that you prayerfully, carefully, and systematically consider the entire seminar, and only after you have done that, make your judgment about it. In closing, realize that there are powerful enemies to the truths presented in this seminar, so we can't promise how long this free Remnant Exodus seminar will be here. We urge you to sign up for this Remnant Exodus seminar immediately while it is still available. That's what we've got. See you on the other side.
Tonight we want to talk about liberty. Liberty is something we all have. And it's something that is imparted to us from our Father in heaven. Yet sometimes we aren't able to fully enjoy our liberty because others want to steal it from us. And then it becomes a lot more difficult. It's wonderful to live in a land that acknowledges and honors liberty. I live in the United States of America. Recently, there's been talk about America. Is it somehow exceptional? And many people say that it's not any more exceptional than any other country. That may be true today. If it is true today, it was not always true. Something that is very exceptional about America, the United States, is that it was formed on the basis of true liberty. Now, after some 240 years, we live in the time when we are seeing that liberty being undermined and soon to be destroyed. It's been betrayed. Let's look a little bit about that. This is Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, called the birthplace of American liberty. And indeed, it goes back a long time. The Declaration of Independence was adopted there on July 4th of 1776. It's said that the design of the American flag was agreed upon there at Independence Hall. The Articles of Confederation were adopted there in 1781, and the Constitution of the United States was drafted and signed there at Independence Hall in 1787. At Independence Hall, we find the Liberty Bell. This bell was ordered in 1751, before the United States was a country, by the Pennsylvania Assembly for use in the Pennsylvania State House. It's called the Liberty Bell because it proclaims liberty. It's from Leviticus 25:10. Inscribed on the bell, it says, "Proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof." Now realize those people, those first Americans, did not invent liberty. When they wrote the Declaration of Independence there in Independence Hall, and then when they followed that up with the Constitution of the United States, they were not inventing something new. They were inspired by the liberty found in the Scriptures. This was something new in the world. You know, the world has been dark with tyranny for millennia. People, for the most part, have not been able to enjoy freedom through most of human history. So, this verse in Leviticus, proclaiming liberty for all the inhabitants, was a radical idea. And realize that idea was in the Scriptures almost 4,000 years ago. There was only one free people in the whole world. That was the people of Yahweh, the people of Israel. The rest of the world was dark with tyranny. There can be no liberty. There can be no freedom apart from our Creator and His precious, precious Word. And great Americans have known that and relied upon it from the beginning of this country, and that had a lot to do with shaping the freedoms that those first Americans enjoyed and that are crystallized in the Constitution of the United States. For instance, imagine this: the first Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. He said this: "The Bible is the best of all books, for it is the Word of God and teaches us the way to be happy in this world and in the next. Continue, therefore, to read it and to regulate your life by its precepts." Can you imagine having a Chief Justice of the United States telling Americans to base their lives on the Bible? That idea seems so strange today, but it was not strange for the first Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. This is what the first Americans believed. Or how about Andrew Jackson, President of the United States? He said the Bible is the rock on which our republic rests. Are you starting to see what was unique about the United States of America? The freedom embodied in the Constitution of the United States comes directly from the pages of the Scriptures. How about James Madison, one of the framers of the Constitution? Listen to this. We have staked the whole future of our new nation not upon the power of government. Far from it. We have staked the future of all our political constitutions upon the capacity of each of ourselves to govern ourselves according to the moral principles of the 10 Commandments. Isn't that amazing? President Thomas Jefferson is quoted as saying this, as inscribed at the Jefferson Memorial. God, who gave us life, gave us liberty. Can the liberties of a nation be secure when we have removed a conviction that these liberties are the gift of God? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever. We have a legal doctrine in America that was used through part of the 20th century and is used today, called separation of church and state. And this legal doctrine has been put forth to say that the Bible and the teachings of the Bible are not involved in the governing principles of the United States. But when we actually look at what the founding fathers of the country said, when we actually look at the documents, what we find is that if you remove the Scriptures from the Constitution of the United States, you have gutted liberty out of this country. That's what Thomas Jefferson was saying. Why is that true? Well, today we really have two paradigms. We have the paradigm that was the cornerstone of American liberty. It was the belief from the Scriptures that man is created in the image of his Creator, with the capacities and the abilities and the freedoms given to him by his Creator, called in the Constitution unalienable rights. Freedom. In that Constitution, it says that all men are created equal. And of course, the very word created tells you it's talking about a creator that has given us these rights. So according to the Constitution of the United States, a completely unique document among the family of mankind today. The rights that we enjoy, the freedom, the liberty embodied in the Constitution does not come from the Constitution. It does not come from the government. It comes from our Creator. And therefore, not even the government has a right to take that liberty from us. By contrast, in the 20th century, a new paradigm arose. It's the paradigm of evolution. According to that paradigm, man is really just another animal. Man does not have a creator. Man came about by chance. And we have advanced along the path of evolution through survival of the fittest. In other words, the fiercest, most ruthless creature is the one that survived. Yet somehow we arrived at this idea of having human rights. Now, those two ideas are really opposite ideas. If you're just an animal, like every other animal, how do you have some special rights? And I'm telling you, that's where this is going. Eventually, we're all going to think just like Buddhists who believe that a fly has just as much rights as a human being. That's what comes out of the idea of evolution. However, survival of the fittest implies that the elite have the right to rule because they are the most fit, they have the most power, they have the most resources, so therefore they should rule over the rest of us. That is the real message of evolution. That is the message of despotism, totalitarianism, that is at work in our world, that is trying to push out freedom, that is trying to take away liberty from the God-given rights of individuals, replace them with something called human rights, which are granted by the state and which can be taken away just as quickly. This is where we are at. This is the shell game that is being done right now to steal our God-given rights from us and to substitute it with something like the porridge that was given to Esau. I am not buying that. This is the law of the jungle, where the strongest dominate. This is what is truly dominating the world today. And this is what is threatening liberty. And what has come out of this paradigm? $50 million abortions since abortion was legalized by the Supreme Court of the United States. Survival of the fittest, right? Bible reading and recitation of the Lord's Prayer in school has long since been ruled unconstitutional. Now, how is that possible when you read the things that the forefathers actually said about the Bible, where the first Supreme Court justice told us to read it every day, but you can't read it in school? And then, of course, we've seen in courthouses all across the United States the 10 Commandments, which one of our first presidents told us is the foundation of our behavior in this country. Those 10 Commandments have been removed from the courthouses in America. And as if all of that is not enough, recently, a year ago, the Supreme Court said that behavior, which is condemned in the Scriptures, which has been known to be evil since the beginning of time, is now a human right that we all must observe. So we are in a country where license to offend God is considered liberty, but it is not liberty, it is sin. With all of this having happened in this country, what is to become of liberty. Where there is no God, there can be no liberty. Where there are no scriptures, there can be no foundation for true liberty. So liberty is in danger very soon, being totally stamped out of this country. Well, you might say, that's not true because we're a democracy. But if you knew your American history, you would know that this country was not founded to be a democracy. It was founded to be a republic where certain things were held to be true by every person, things that could not be voted upon, like the Ten Commandments. But since around the middle of the 20th century, we have heard this more and more, that America is defending democracy in the world. And many of us have come to think that's a good thing. And to the extent that it protects freedom, it's better than totalitarianism. But Thomas Jefferson and the other founders specifically rejected democracy. And why did they do that? Thomas Jefferson said a democracy is nothing more than mob rule, where 51% of the people may take away the rights of the other 49%. You see, as the population sinks more and more into degradation and moral decay, democracy will drag the country down more and more toward chaos and misery. Now, this is not new. Plato actually talked about democracy. He said, dictatorship naturally arises out of democracy, and the most aggravated form of tyranny and slavery out of the most extreme liberty. A study of history will show you wherever democracy has been practiced, it has always sunk into totalitarianism. Every time. And it's happening again. We have this example of democracy. 2 wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. You know, it's funny, except as we see this come about in this country, it's not going to be funny for Bible believers. Without the Bible as the divine standard to govern society, right and wrong are decided by the majority. And you know, the scriptures tell us the majority are always wrong. So where can that lead us? We, friends, are really in trouble in America. And I bring this up talking to our global audience because the downfall of freedom in America is going to mean the downfall of freedom in all the rest of the world. And so this is deadly serious to us all. Now, lately, people have seen this coming. Not everybody, but some people have been awake to what is going on. And they have started to try to take action to preserve liberty. For example, the recent Brexit vote of Britain to exit the European Union. This was a move to try and retain more personal liberty in Britain. Of course, in Europe and in America, there are political movements now that are seeking to conserve what liberty we have and even to try and turn things back around. This is not favored by the elite. For example, in this particular article, one of the elite, James Traub, has an article entitled, "It's Time for the Elites to Rise Up Against the Ignorant Masses." That's telling you what they really think about you, friends. You're just the ignorant masses. And he sees the solution to this move towards more liberty as the establishment political parties combining forces to keep out the nationalists. So there is a war right now between specifically Bible-believing people who believe in liberty that is rooted in the scriptures and the elite that see you as part of the ignorant masses that they want to control for their own benefit. They have resources. And trust me, they have an arsenal to fight against the light of liberty in the world. Now, I have a video about this, and I want to share it.
And again, the establishment, which now hates democracy, viscerally hates democracy, wants to use the EU as a model for spreading effectively dictatorship worldwide. At the moment, according to the House of Commons Library, which has just done a survey, 3 laws in 5 that are made for us by our Parliament in the United Kingdom are in fact only made because Brussels says we must make those laws. Wow. These laws are being enacted because the European Union's commissars, 28 unelected people who meet behind closed doors, have issued what is revealingly called a directive, which we are then obliged, under pain of unlimited and continuing fines, to enact into law in the United Kingdom. That is how far from democracy we are. Now, you may say, oh, but I've heard of a thing called the European Parliament. Well, don't imagine that that is anything like a parliament. It is a fig leaf to cover the naked dictatorship behind. And this parliament cannot even bring forward a bill. Can you imagine if the United States had set up a constitution whereby the Congress was not allowed in either house ever to bring forward any new legislation? Yet the Constitution of Europe is that the supreme law of Europe is proposed behind closed doors by the 28 commissars, is drafted behind closed doors by a committee called the Council of Ministers, which doesn't actually have any ministers on it. It's entirely bureaucrats. There's also a rather shadowy group called the Council of Permanent Representatives, another lot of bureaucrats that have their say. Then and only then it goes to the European Parliament. And of course, if right at the outset the commissars have decided to veto whatever law it was, then the European Parliament doesn't get its say at all. So this is an entirely anti-democratic constitution. In fact, it's very like the Soviet constitution on which it was modeled. And all that's happened is the Soviet constitution has moved westward, and we are now effectively the European Supreme Soviet. And it is dragging all of us down with exactly this kind of bureaucratic mishmash of controls and regulations run by people we can't elect and can't remove that you talk of in the transatlantic trade partnership system. And what is happening here is that people like Mr. Obama, who have realized that communism is no longer popular, but who want to build in perma-communism into whatever they do, have discovered that if they make international treaties, either bilateral or multilateral, it doesn't very much matter, under your constitution, those treaties have the force of supreme law in the United States. And they can't be repealed unilaterally as your own laws can. That's the difference. And what is more, all the powers that are transferred, whether it be to the Transatlantic Trade Partnership, whether it be to the European Stability Pact, the European Union, the World Bank, the World Law of the Sea Conference. It doesn't matter which of these entities it is. The UN is another one. There are a growing number of them, all of them very expensive. Not one of these supranational or global bodies has its governing council elected by us, the people of the states parties to the treaties that set those bodies up. So every time you transfer power from elected hands in the democracies to a global or supranational organization, you're transferring it from elected to unelected hands every time. So every time somebody says, oh, we've got a new wonderful treaty, you will know with a terrible certainty that another large piece of your democracy has been sliced away like a piece of salami. And this is the intention of the left now, is to govern entirely by dictatorship. And so far has it gone that, to give you an example, which is being mirrored in the transatlantic trade partnership, which is why I mention it to you in America too, is that the European Stability Pact, to which Britain doesn't belong because we're not part of the failing euro currency zone. But the regulations, that the treaty that sets up that pact creates a governing council which can, at will, whenever it likes, call upon any of the member states of that group, the European Stability Pact, for unlimited amounts of money. And what is more, the people who are on this governing council, who are of course elected by nobody, they're so unaccountable that even if they decided to take the money and run off with it and put it into their bank accounts in the Cayman Islands or Switzerland or Belgium, which is now becoming one of the biggest money laundering centers in the world, then the Stability Pact terms say that those people cannot be prosecuted and they cannot be sued in any civil court either. They are completely immune. They have absolute financial power over all the countries that belong to that treaty, absolute power. And even if they choose to exercise that power criminally, nobody can do anything to stop them.
There's so much in that little clip. And the truth is, it's all true. And what it shows us is how right Thomas Jefferson and the other founding fathers in America were to decide that America would not be a democracy. Because a democracy is so easy for the elite to undermine and take over. Basically, that's what you see in the European Union. They have a veneer that looks like democracy, something called a parliament that has absolutely no power whatsoever. And all the people that are running the EU are behind the scenes. You don't even know their names. They are the elite. And they are the ones that are controlling Europe and a good part of the rest of the world. And this is considered a model for the UN, for the coming one world government. As a matter of fact, you would think with Britain voting to leave the EU, other countries in Europe also having similar movements coming up, that the EU now would be saying, oh, we're going to reform, we're going to become more open and transparent, we're going to listen to the people. No, that's not what's happening. What they're talking about now is crystallizing the EU even more into a super state, like the Soviet Union. And along with that, they want their own army, one army controlled by all of the EU. It is a nightmare. Lord Monckton mentioned about the power of international trade agreements. These international trade agreements are being used by the globalist elite to entrap countries of the world into the global governance scheme. And America is well along down this line. One of the important things that Lord Monckton mentioned, which is true, is that all nations, including the United States, that enter into international treaties, those treaties then have a status above the law within the country. And this is very dire for people who love freedom because they don't get to say anything about it. Those treaties get made. In many cases, they never even know what's in them, and they totally change the lives of people who are involved in those treaties. They advance the globalist agenda, and they steal freedom. Now, let me give you some examples of what I'm talking about. We often hear from Donald Trump. He talks about trade a lot and globalization and how free trade is a job killer and steals jobs away from America. Maybe you've heard some of this. Maybe you've seen it on TV. But this is exactly what has happened. 20 years ago, NAFTA was enacted into law. It is a trade agreement between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And what has it led to in those 20 years? A staggering $188 billion trade deficit for the United States. The loss of at least 1 million jobs that have left the United States, most of which have gone to Mexico. So it has meant income inequality, displacement for many Americans, and of course, a huge amount of immigration from Mexico into America. Well, has this been good for the people of America? Whole manufacturing sectors in America have been shut down by NAFTA. However, we see the leaders of these countries continuing to push NAFTA. For instance, just recently, the Mexican president urged North American integration. That was his response to the British exiting the EU. He's saying the United States, Canada, and Mexico must become like the EU. This, of course, has been a globalist plan for some time. This is called the North American Union. You know, it used to be, when people would talk about this, that they would be called conspiracy theorists. Now, it's right in Yahoo News, coming from the lips of the President of Mexico. Recently, the presidents of the three countries met in Canada. And this article tells us North America leaders mount strong defense of trade despite threats. The threats it's talking about are the threat that Donald Trump might try to reverse NAFTA. And the important thing here, President Obama said this: the integration of national economies into a global economy, that's here, that's done. Obama told a news conference at the end of a summit dubbed the Three Amigos. Let that sink in. The integration of national economies into a global economy is here. It's done. You see, this is how far globalism has progressed. On this level of trade, there already is one world government. And it's structured through the use of all of these treaties. Here's a map I found of this on Wikipedia. Global economic integration via multilateral treaties. Well, you might wonder, okay, but these are trade treaties. How can these take our liberty away from us? Well, a lot of our liberty depends on economic factors. So that's one reason. But here where the three amigos were talking together, we noticed on the screen, leaders agree on environmental pact, LGBTQ rights. Now, they're supposed to be talking about trade agreements, but they're talking about an environmental pact and LGBTQ rights. Why is that? It's because if it's an international treaty, then it's binding on the United States without anybody voting on it. This is why in America we are having a lot of weird stuff that is being pushed down our throats. And it's being disguised as if somehow it arises from American law. But it is, in fact, entirely alien to American law. It's being pushed down our throats in the same way that EU law is pushed down the throats of the United Kingdom because of international treaties. Things that shouldn't be in trade treaties, such as things having to do with morals and human rights, are being included in those treaties to make them binding upon Americans and people of other countries. This is what is actually happening. This is how the globalist government is even right now being imposed upon America, and how our liberties are being betrayed by our leaders of this country, traitors to the Constitution of the United States of America and everything that this country was founded upon. If you don't believe me, look at this. This is put out by the United Nations, entitled The World Trade Organization and Global Governance. The booklet basically explains how to use trade to govern the world. They are way farther ahead on all of this than the average American could even imagine. A few people understand it. You see here a protester. Free trade is corporate tyranny. And of course, that's what's behind it all, isn't it? The big money, the elite, taking over the world. The man behind the curtain that you don't see, controlling our elected leaders and stealing our liberty. Here's a new organization, relatively new, GIFTA. Transformations in Global Governance, Integration via Free Trade Agreements. You get it? It's a conspiracy. It really is. A conspiracy to integrate the nations of the world without you or I even seeing what's really going on, thinking that our nation is not being changed where we live, and actually all the while we're being tied into this one world government, and the noose is being tightened tighter and tighter as our liberties are being stolen from us. What is happening is a lot like the Wizard of Oz. Remember that big scary wizard? What happened when little Toto pulled back the curtain? Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. We found out it was just a fallible human being who was doing it all. Very similar to what President Obama recently said. They'll warn that tyranny is always lurking just around the corner. You should reject those voices. Pay no attention to those people stealing your liberty. So who is it behind the curtain? Well, if we want to put a face on it, and it's not just one man, it's the globalists, but you could put the face on it of George Soros. And so we want to talk about him. He gave $1 million to Barack Obama's super PAC. Not a lot of money for him because he's a super billionaire. But nevertheless, certainly enough for President Obama to owe him. And not only did he give money directly to Obama's election, but also he backed the progressive agenda of the Democratic Party with $159 million. Think about that a minute. $159 million. That's a lot of money to spread around Washington, isn't it? Agenda supporters were linked to at least $159 million in donations or political contributions from wealthy backer George Soros for the new far-left progressive agenda. You wonder why things are changing so rapidly in America? Do you think all of this money could have anything to do with it? The Blaze kind of represented it like this. Who's really in charge? Well, it's not just President Obama that has received this money. Hillary Clinton has received at least $8 million, not to mention PACs supporting her election, much more money, and realize that Soros is tied into a whole network of people like him, whom he directs their money into all of this too. So what we're seeing is the march of Hillary. It doesn't matter how many scandals there are. It doesn't matter even if she's responsible for giving away secrets of the United States. None of that matters because she has the support of the elite. And even where anybody who reads the law and listens to the statement of the FBI director, James Comey, would come to the reasonable conclusion that she broke the law, she was given a pass. It says in the National Review, in essence, in order to give Mrs. Clinton a pass, the FBI rewrote the statute, inserting an intent element that Congress did not require. How is that possible? It certainly isn't possible because our country is governed equally by a rule of law. That would not be possible. As Paul Ryan, the House Speaker, said, it defies explanation, and damage is being done to the rule of law. A common response of the people is, why should I obey the law if our leaders don't have to? So this is how it is in America today. Let me tell you something, liberty goes along very closely with justice. Where there is no justice, there is no liberty. And justice is gone. From the highest levels of America, it has been bought and paid for by the elite. Many people ask the question, how could Director Comey come to this illogical conclusion? Who would have enough power to actually be able to threaten him? There are parties that could. Well, if we want to know what is behind the growing unrest in the world that is threatening the liberty of the United States and people everywhere, all we really have to do is follow the money. And we will see that the liberty of this country is being sold out for the globalist agenda. Now, we've mentioned George Soros, the man behind the curtain. Here's some news reports about him. This was a rather amazing headline, don't you think? How George Soros single-handedly created the European refugee crisis. Has that affected unrest in the world? Has that increased terrorism? Has that brought death and destruction to many people in the world? The money of George Soros and his friends is behind that. And this article proves that. And it is his organization, Open Society Foundations, that funded all of this. As a matter of fact, one reporter found in 2015 at the Greek island of Lesbos, which I found interesting, the migrant handbooks in Arabic that were being handed out to the migrants, and they basically said, "Welcome to the EU." Now, this was not from the EU, this was from George Soros, basically showing them how they could get welfare, get all kinds of benefits by going into the EU, promoting the migration to Europe. Here's some more that article says. George Soros is almost certainly a catalyst for much of the geopolitical turmoil now occurring. He is intent on destroying national borders and creating a global governance structure with unlimited powers. Do you wonder why we have an open border on our southern border in America, even though terrorism is a major threat and concern? Do you think the fact that that's what George Soros wants could have anything to do with that? Soros sees himself as a missionary carrying out the globalist agenda. He uses his vast political connections to influence government policy and create crisis, both economic and social, to further this agenda. Basically, what happens with George Soros is he bets on the failure of not only companies, but also countries. And then he makes it happen. And then he gets super wealthy from it. So he is a parasite on the world. And he's spreading chaos around the world, getting rich on it, and stealing the liberty of the people and pushing the globalist agenda. Soros funded opposition groups during the so-called Arab Spring revolutions. Do you think people eking out a living in the countries of the Middle East could afford to travel into the big city centers and have demonstrations and challenge the government? Do you think that just happened by itself? That's what the media wanted people to believe, but it could only happen because this all got coked up with money from the globalists and a lot of training too, by the way, from globalist organizations. The Ukraine. Again, something we think, okay, that's just something that happened. No, this was all coked up by George Soros. Billionaire financier George Soros was behind the Ukrainian uprising. He himself admits it. And he applauds the uprising against the Ukrainian police. That's what you see over and over again in these countries where George Soros has been at work, is he instigates groups within the countries against the police, the local police, to cause chaos and to overthrow those countries. He's figured it out. He knows. It's the local police officer that is really holding back the tide. It's the local police officer in every country that is actually dealing with the problems of that country on a personal basis with the people. If he can overturn the local police officer in any country, he can create revolution. And he's done it over and over again. What about Poland? What about Israel and the Palestinians? The fingerprints of George Soros are all over it. These are just some articles I was able to find. What is he doing that none of us know about? Chances are, if there is unrest, he's involved. He uses anarchy to unhinge liberty and to make himself super wealthy in the process and to create a globalist government. It's very interesting that in 2012, George Soros predicted class warfare in America. He said that it was likely for riots to occur in America that could bring a society where individual liberty is much more constrained. And that is what's going to happen, isn't it? As there's more chaos on the streets where police themselves feel under fire, what is going to happen to individual liberty? It will be more suppressed. That is what will happen. He knows it. And he told us in advance. How could he do that? He could do that because he's helped to pay the bill to make it happen. Ferguson, he funded those protests, $33 million. You know, that'll buy a lot of broken windows, a lot of Molotov cocktails, a lot of looting and destruction. His Open Society Foundation was behind much of that. The Baltimore riots, a product of the Soros machine. George Soros has been heavily involved in the social unrest and movement-wrecking activity that has taken place all across the United States in recent months. From Florida to Ferguson and now Baltimore, George Soros foundations have been involved. What he's been doing in America is the same thing he did in the Ukraine, the same thing he did in the Arab Spring and other countries around the world. Just as he sought to collapse those countries, he's seeking to do the same thing to the United States of America. And he's doing it with the blessing of the elite and even establishment figures whom he is funding. Politico magazine reported major donors consider funding Black Lives Matter. All of this was stoked up by George Soros. A meeting of super wealthy elites with leaders of the Black Lives Matter group. This happened last year in 2015. And they formed a club. These people, these wealthy people, they formed a club. Not only to give insane amounts of money to Black Lives Matter, but it says here, the club and some of its members also are considering ways to funnel support directly to scrappier local groups that have utilized confrontational tactics. Confrontational tactics is a more acceptable term for the word violence. Here's another one. Black Lives Matter, Ferguson activists were paid with Soros money to protest. So here we are, months later. Exactly when the country is outraged over the lack of justice and liberty in the case of Hillary Clinton. Thinking about that, thinking about what it means, we have this happen. The Black Power shooter shooting 12 police officers in Dallas, 5 of them killed. We're seeing attacks on police officers all over the country, following the pattern as to what has happened with George Soros and the globalists in other countries, where countries have been taken down. Just recently, this is the front page of the Drudge Report. It looks like war, doesn't it? Cops targeted across America. Riot watch issued for Louisiana. Panthers target pigs. Hate group urges gangs to kill. Lynch to protesters, don't be discouraged. Now, isn't that amazing? Here's a representative of the current administration in the midst of all of this, basically telling the protesters, keep going with this. And Hillary Clinton calls on whites to change their ways, like she has a right to judge the citizens of America with the things she's done. So here we have unrest in America, and probably worse than that. And in the days leading up to this discussion, what has been going on? Protests. Violent protests. Not the kind of protests like Martin Luther King, that were non-violent protests, where he told the people not to be violent. And where they were protesting visible kinds of discrimination. No, in this case, it's indiscriminate. Officers murdered without even knowing who they are or what they've done. In this case, protesters using fireworks, throwing Molotov cocktails, causing destruction, so that hundreds had to be arrested in various places across the country. Let's not blame them. They're being used. They're being coked up. They're being lied to. And they only represent a small part of their community. Let's look at who's really causing this. These are the people we should be concerned with. George Soros and the elite who are cooking all of this up to steal the liberty away from the United States of America. I put together a little video about some of these events, which I want to share.
To use that in this type of situation.
Again, you'll have to ask the Dallas Police Department about that.
But do you see that kind of remaking any of the guidelines for that type
Dynamic situations in the one that you saw in Dallas are creative, and they have to be dealt with in a creative way.
What was your message to your...
I can't hear you.
What was your message to your officers this morning?
That's between myself and my officers.
There's a vigil coming up this Sunday at San Jacinto Plaza. Does the department have any special plans on...
I'm not revealing that information.
Are you aware of the vigil
Yes,
at San
we
Jacinto
are.
Plaza?
What do you have to say to people who will be protesting out there on Sunday, Black Lives Matters people? What do you have to say to them?
Black Lives Matter, as far as I'm concerned, is a radical hate group. And for that purpose alone, I think the leadership of this country needs to look a little bit harder at that particular group. The consequences of what we saw in Dallas is due to their efforts. Any other question?
Join us right now, somebody we call on at times like this, Milwaukee County Sheriff David Clark. Good morning to you, Sheriff.
Morning.
What are the emotions that you feel waking up this morning, and where are we at in society? Are we experiencing a war on cops?
Yeah, thanks. You know, I said that now going on almost 2 years ago that war had been declared on the American police officer. Probably said it on your program after the two of New York's finest were gunned down in their cruiser by an individual who claimed to be making amends for Mike Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. Some people thought that that was a little over the top when I said war had been declared. War had been declared, but the American police officer knows it has. This is just another ugly chapter in that war.
David, you're obviously looking at, as the sheriff of Milwaukee County, you're looking at these types of situations, a coordinated attack, clearly. Waiting on some sort of mass gathering, you know, coordinated, waiting on a mass gathering of individuals, waiting to gun down police. How can you prepare for something like that? And do you think that we're going to see more of these types of attacks?
Well, I would hope not, but you can't prepare for an ambush like that. We've seen law enforcement officers ambush. One happened not too long ago in Houston. We was just filling up his cruiser with gasoline, and then, like I said, the ones in NYPD. Those aren't the only three, but you can't prepare for that ambush. I mean, we understand the dangers inherent in this sort of work, but when somebody's going to set you up to ambush you, there's really not much you can do.
Let me ask you this. What does it say, though, given the fact that one of the fellow who was cornered and shot himself rather than be taken alive said the end is coming and he's going to try to hurt as many cops as he possibly can?
I don't know what you say to some stupid comment like that. He probably did society a benefit by ending it the way that he did. But going back to President Obama, it's kind of interesting that he said the facts aren't in. He usually is popping off at the mouth before he's been briefed or before he knows any of the facts. You know, like he did yesterday without any foundation. He talked about racism and disparate treatment and people of color, all this nonsense. Like I said, he's armed with powerful words, and he uses those words irresponsibly. It fuels this sort of anger toward the American police officer, and I wish he'd knock it off. Yesterday, what we got from President Obama was, and this is, you know, there's some aspects, this is the right thing to do. He said, my thoughts and prayers are with the families of the two people who were caught in those tragic situations in Louisiana and Minnesota. But he says nothing today. He's waiting for facts to emerge. He says nothing about condolences, and he won't visit or call any of those families either.
Yeah.
What happened last night was the worst attack on law enforcement since September 11. Yeah. The people of Dallas should not feel guilty about it. It could have happened any place else in America. Police officers in this country feel they have a target on their back. And they felt that way for over a year now. Police officers Ramos and Liu, who were assassinated on purpose. In New York City, yeah. Yeah. And this man made his motives clear. He was killing them. I'm just reading from the police commissioner. He wanted to kill officers. And he expressed killing white people. He expressed killing white officers. He expressed anger for Black Lives Matter. None of that makes sense, said Chief Brown.
There's something bigger behind this. There is an agenda behind it. Here's something I added to my slides just before this presentation tonight from the Dallas Morning News. There was a viral post by the Fort Worth Police Officers Association that said Black Lives Matter kills cops. And Among other things, the Dallas Morning News says this police officers association posted as proof something from a Facebook listing from something called Black Lives Matter Dallas, Texas chapter. And it starts out saying, "Good morning. In lieu of last night's murders of the 5 Dallas, Texas officers, it is what is, justified." And it goes on to say that these killings were justified. Where is this all going to end up? Other countries where this has been done, where this has been incited, it has ended up in overturning those countries. It could be, and likely will be, the end of liberty in America. Here's the plan. It's been the plan for quite a long time. They've been working on it. Collapse America into the United Nations. Finally form that one world government out in the open. The United States, from its manner of inception, is different than the other countries of the world. Having been based on liberty from our Creator. To have a one world government, that's got to be done away with. And that's what this is all about. You know, when you look at the news and you see all of these things happening, you see things about trade, you see things about commerce, jobs leaving the country, the middle class shrinking, violent uprisings, people shooting police, and on and on. You wonder, what is this all about? Does this have any common thread? I shared with you what that common thread is in the Daniel seminar. The common thread is this push, this move towards a global government. This is now well underway. And this is why, for the elite, liberty must be destroyed in America. That will happen. I wish I could tell you that at this point in time, we could turn this around. Because it's heartbreaking to see these things happening. You know, just to see what happened with those officers who were shot in Dallas. Read the reports of their families. Read the reports of all the people that they helped who are heartbroken over this. Seeing all of this chaos across the country that's going to get worse and worse. It's heartbreaking to even think about the human cost of all of this, the misery that this is bringing about, and of course, where this has to end up with the loss of liberty, what remains of it in America. So I don't want to say this is what's going to happen. I also know that there are many good people in America, fine people, God-fearing people, and we all need to pray for them. But the truth is, there are not enough. There are too many ignorant people in America who don't know their history, who haven't taken time to know what the truth is, who can easily be pawns of the elite and the push to globalism. We know what the times are from the scriptures. We know this is the final generation. And so we know from Bible prophecy that the plan is going to succeed. Where this is going to end up, according to the scriptures, is here. a one world government without God, without liberty, can form or die. That's the world that is descending right now. What are we to do in the face of this impending threat? Friends, we have to be like those first Americans. We have to put our trust in our Creator. We have to believe in Him. We have to believe in His Word. We need more than ever before to conform our lives according to His thinking, according to what He says. We need to draw close to Him. We need to look at our priorities. We need to keep our families strong in Him. And as we see this growing unrest, it would be wise if we continue to become as free as we can be. Don't get yourself in unnecessary debt. Try to get free of debt. Get as close as you can to other like-minded believers, because you're going to need one another as these things unfold. And get ready for the second Exodus, because the nations of this world, the Gentile nations of this world, they're going to be left without anything of any reality to cling to. And Yeshua Messiah talked about it. He talked about the house built on the rock and the house built on the sand. What happened when the storm came? Well, just imagine a global government built on the sand. These nations, these Gentile nations, they're going to be shaken. And it's going to be no place you want to live. Prepare now, because escape is still possible in the remnant Exodus. Our Father has promised us He will make a place of safety for His people. And there will be a second Exodus, this time not just from one nation, but from all the Gentile nations. And all of those who belong to Him will be drawn together according to these same principles of liberty found in the Scriptures, with the Lord of Lords and King of Kings as our King. And He's even now working to pull us together, to draw us together, to make us ready. Pay attention to that in your heart. Speak to Him about it. Come up with your agenda of what you need to do to be ready. Ask Him about it. He's going to help you. This second Exodus is going to be a triumph of liberty. At the very time when liberty is being blotted out around the world, Yahweh is preparing a place of liberty and freedom and deliverance for His people. Friends, we don't have to be afraid of the things that are coming upon this world, because already our Father in heaven is working at making a place. Let's just put Him first. Let's do His will. And let's prepare ourselves for the remnant Exodus. Thanks for listening.
The global economy is teetering. World affairs are in a shambles. Unprecedented changes are in the works. The biblical signs of the last days are indeed upon us, meaning that global disaster is imminent. Yet, escape is possible. That's what this Remnant Exodus seminar is all about. Escape. Explaining the threat. Exposing the lies. And pointing out the only way of escape from the impending doom. This Remnant Exodus seminar includes 7 power-packed video presentations, each one about an hour to an hour and a half in length. These presentations are based on the scriptures, both Old Testament and New Testament, on current events, and on documented history. Each video builds on those before it. The Remnant Exodus seminar is designed to easily go through this information step by step with slides and illustrations to guide you each step of the way. Prepare for assumptions of the past to be challenged, giving you important new information to help guide your way. There are no gimmicks here, no manipulation, no lies. We know that your life is literally on the line. So documentation is provided for the facts in this presentation for you to check out for yourself. Consider all of the evidence, and then you be the judge. Here is a short outline of what's included in these videos. The first video is entitled Escape the Mark. The mark of the beast of Revelation is coming. You need to escape before that happens. Video 2 is entitled The War on Cash. We're quickly moving toward a cashless world. This will bring in the mark. Video number 3 is entitled No Rapture, No Escape. The pre-trib rapture is a fatally flawed doctrine based on assumptions that do not agree with the facts of history. Find out how the facts about the early believers change everything you may have been told. A pre-trib rapture does not offer a way of escape. I would add that the history that is presented in this particular video is absolutely eye-opening and an entirely different paradigm than what you have ever heard. Video number 4 is entitled The Great Judaic Schism. The influence of rabbinical Judaism on the world has been far-reaching, more far-reaching, in fact, than most of us realize. Revisiting the history of first-century Judaic sects is eye-opening for Jews, Christians, and Messianics, since all 3 groups are directly affected by this information. Video 5 is entitled The Christian Church Did Not Exist Before 135 AD. Yes, for hundreds of years, Christians have been told that the Christian church began at Pentecost, as allegedly reported in the book of Acts. Yet, based on easily proven facts, many Christian scholars know this is not true. The Christian church did not exist before 135 AD, a fact with huge ramifications when looking for a way of escape. Video 6 is entitled Into Babylon. History clearly shows that both rabbinical Judaism and Christianity started on the path into Babylon in the 2nd century AD. This has set up people from both of these groups for disaster when Babylon the Great of Revelation 17 and 18 soon meets its end. Yes, this is a shocking claim. That's why you need to take in this seminar. The final video, video number 7, is entitled Remnant Exodus. The remnant is one of the most well-established teachings of Scripture, yet probably is also the most neglected. Here you will learn who the remnant are, and how the remnant exodus offers the only way of escape. Perhaps most importantly, it will finally become clear how you can escape as part of this group. A seminar of this depth on any topic could normally cost you thousands. Yet, we are offering you the entire seminar from our website at absolutely no cost. All we ask is that you prayerfully, carefully, and systematically consider the entire seminar, and only after you have done that, make your judgment about it. In closing, realize that there are powerful enemies to the truths presented in this seminar, so we can't promise how long this free Remnant Exodus seminar will be here. We urge you to sign up for this Remnant Exodus seminar immediately while it is still available. That's what we've got. See you on the other side.
Isn't the world around us going insane? Do you want to return to sanity and establish order in your life? Return to the sturdy foundation that Yahweh established in the beginning. Torah is the foundation. It is Yah's standard of righteousness that He established in the beginning. In the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, we are introduced to our Creator. We learn who He is and what His name is and what it means. His moral standard, His ways as a person, how He interacts with His people, and what He wants from us. Join Eliyahu ben David in this rich verse-by-verse study of the Torah and bring sanity back to your life. If you would like to listen to these vital programs, you can hear them for free on our radio station at tsiyon.org or download the Zion Road radio app and listen on your mobile device. You can also find our station on the TuneIn radio app for iOS and Android devices. Or become a Torah Club member at zion.net, that is tsiyon.net, for only $12 a month, and gain full access to the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash program archives in MP3 format. Join us this Sabbath for the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash and bring order back to your life.
When you call upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Call upon His holy name in the last days. Upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Father will hear your cry and answer you from on high. When you call upon
We're going to be looking at what has been taught for literally thousands of years regarding the ages of the world and the last age of the world. What we're going to look at right now is the Winchester Bible Genesis Initial. Have you ever heard of that? Well, it's very interesting, and I want to share it with you. Here you're looking at a large cathedral in England. I believe it's the largest one, Winchester Cathedral. There was also a song by that name, some of you might remember. And this church is a Church of England in Winchester, Hampshire, England. And it was consecrated in 1093. So we're talking almost 1,000 years ago. In the library of this cathedral, there is a Bible that has been there for 8 centuries. And I don't know if I've ever seen anything that's been there for 8 centuries, but especially something like a Bible. But it's quite amazing, and it's still there. One thing about the Winchester Bible, it's the largest and finest of all surviving 12th century English Bibles. And it was written by one single scribe, the entire Bible. And not only that, but it's very, very fancy. There were artists that worked with the Bible and exquisitely illuminated the capital letters and other illustrations in vivid colors. And these glowing colors set in gold are as intense today as they were 800 years ago, which is pretty impressive, I think, that that can be the case. And this Bible is quite huge. Each book of the Winchester Bible begins with an oversized decorated first letter called an initial. So that's each book. And you have here a picture of what this looks like. The initial prefacing the Winchester Bible's book of Genesis is the most impressive of all of the initials in the Bible, and it is very complex. And it contains an idea. It contains a worldview, a viewpoint about the passage of time and the scriptures that is very interesting. The Latin text of the book of Genesis begins with in principio, which means in the beginning. So to introduce the book, there is a letter I, a large letter I. It is an elongated shaft of the letter that runs almost the full length of the page, which is 23 inches. So that's a big book. So it's actually quite large, really larger than what we could picture it here. And, of course, it's all in Latin. In fact, that's essentially the only kind of Bible that was available that long ago, a Bible written in Latin. Bibles were not translated into the common language of the people at that time. Within this tall letter are 7 roundels formed with a series of interwoven bands holding them all together. Within each roundel, we find a different biblical scene, not limited to the book of Genesis. Now, this is unusual because with all the other initials, of course, they relate to that particular book only. But with this initial, these roundels relate to a larger length of time. They encompass the ages of the entire Bible, and with it, the entire history of salvation. Here we have the first 3 of the roundels in that initial. Of course, it begins with Adam and Eve, and then it has Noah and the ark, and then Abraham and Isaac. Each of these scenes meant to depict a different age or epoch in the scriptures. And all of these are found in the book of Genesis. Moving down this I initial, we have Moses on Sinai. Now, this is not from Genesis, is it? It's from the book of Exodus. And then we have a picture of the anointing of David. This is from later still in the scriptures. This is, according to the timing that we know today, about 1000 BC. And then we have the third roundel, which shows the birth of Messiah. That was about 2,000 years ago. And these are meant to portray biblical history. Finally, there is a 7th roundel. And the 7th roundel depicts the age to come that we read about in the book of Revelation and actually in many of the prophets, in which the Messianic kingdom will reign for 1,000 years. This is all very interesting. The Genesis initial here then, at the start of the chapter of Genesis, in which God created the world in 6 days, depicts 6 ages of the world corresponding with the 6 days of creation. In other words, the idea here, which was a mindset held by virtually all Bible believers by this time, that the days of creation were actually prophetic of ages that have been counted off since the time of Adam. And then the 7th day of creation is the great Sabbath day, and it's illustrated here as corresponding with the millennial reign of the Messiah, a great 1,000-year Sabbath rest for the world. Very, very fascinating, isn't it? How the days of creation were seen as prefiguring the ages of the world. This view of the ages of the world, illustrated in the Winchester Bible, now almost 1,000 years ago, has been the normal view of history for at least the previous 1,000 years before the Winchester Bible. So in other words, this view of the ages of the world was already ancient at the time that the Winchester Bible was written. And we actually do not know how far back this understanding of world history actually goes. There are hints of it in the scriptures. So as we look at this, we kind of marvel at all of this. And what about this idea that the ages of the world amount to 6,000 years with one last age, the Sabbath age, the Messianic age of 1,000 years? We ask, is this view of biblical time ancient folly or eternal fact? Let's dig into that a little bit. We have a chart here that I put together of the 7 days of creation. And most of this is all included in the first chapter of the book of Genesis. And here I just want to pause a minute and invite people to come and sign up for our free Torah course. And it starts out with a teaching on Genesis chapter 1, teaching all about these creative days. And I guarantee you, if you come and you take that free trial and you listen to this and you take this course, you're going to hear things you probably never heard before, and you're going to see Genesis a whole new way. So tonight I can't really go through all of that because I have a bigger subject, the ages of creation, which is pretty big. But if you're interested in learning more about this first chapter of Genesis, then please do come to our website. That's www.tsiyon.org, and sign up free. It'll cost you nothing, and take the course and try it out. Well, as we look at this, here's a few highlights. You notice it shows all the way to the left, Genesis, the beginning. And the first few sentences in the book of Genesis, in the beginning, are an unspecified amount of time before the days of creation began. And you could picture this a lot like, say, a potter coming into the room and putting a lump of clay on the table, arranging things to get started with his work. So this is what was happening. This is what our Creator was doing, is getting ready, getting started for his creative work. On the first day, light was created. And no doubt that's the full spectrum of light, not just visible light. And he separated the light from the darkness and the day from the night on the first day. On the next day, the firmament was created. Now that's pretty amazing. And what is the firmament? People still can't tell you what the firmament is. It's something that is basic and fundamental to the nature of the universe. It probably involves what scientists call today the quantum world, and which they haven't even been able to explain yet because it involves something so small they can't even see it. But it's called firmament because it has a firmness to it, a structure to it, and the entire universe is built upon it. And this is what Yahweh made in day 2. And with this firmament, he separated the waters above from the waters below, leaving the sky, that is space, what we call space, in between. On day 3, he separated the waters from the dry land, giving us now seas and land on the earth. He created land flora, that is plants in the earth. On the third day, notice he has not yet even created the sun, and he's got plants growing. That's totally a different pattern, I think, than what most people might expect, but he is Yahweh, and it certainly is something he could accomplish. On day 4, he created the sun, the moon, and the stars in the firmament, and we can look up and see them. Right tonight, you can look up and see the moon if you're here with us in Greater Austin, Texas, or somewhere else where it's nighttime. You can see the stars. Basically, he created, at that time, the light of the world, and that as opposed to divine light. You see, up until now, all the light had been divine light from him. But in the 4th day, he created the light of the world, the sun, the moon, the stars, and using them and the way that he set them into order as his great clock, they mark off the time for us so that human beings can be on the same clock, if you wish, as he is on, that we can fellowship together with him. Indeed, this day, Sukkot, is marked off as a special day. And it's marked off by the movement of the moon. And that's why we're celebrating Sukkot tonight. You know, in these modern times where we have calendars on our wall, clocks on our wall, on our computer, we don't stop to think about where all that time comes from. But it really all begins, doesn't it? Out there where Yahweh set the lights in the sky. Then we have day 5. We have fish and birds created, and they swarmed in the sea. They swarmed in the air. And Yahweh blessed them to multiply in the earth. Day 6, the land animals were created. Men and women were created. They were blessed and given rulership over the earth. Yes, all of this that Yahweh had made, he had made for them. Men and women were always his heart's desire from the beginning of creating all of that he has created for you and I. I love to have a cup of coffee in the morning. When I have that cup of coffee, you know what I call it sometimes, laughing? The sacred nectar. I call it that because it reminds me that Yahweh cares about me. He created something that I really like and enjoy. Evolution would have no reason to do that, but he did it. What about all the beautiful colors? What is your favorite color? Why do they exist? Why are they so beautiful? It's because your Father loves you, and he knows that you will enjoy them. Everywhere we look in his creation, we see his great care. We see his great love for us. And what we see and experience in the natural world, all the beauty, all the riches that he's poured out for men and women, that all agrees perfectly with the picture that we have here in these 6 days of creation. Well, then finally we have the 7th day, and it tells us his work was finished, and he rested. And he blessed the 7th day and made it holy. We have some questions. We have day 3. We have full-grown trees in 24 hours. You know, some people would say, well, he's Yahweh and he can do anything. He can cause trees to grow in 24 hours. I certainly don't disagree. He certainly could. But that's really not what the account says. The account says that the earth yielded the grass, the herbs, the seed, and the trees. This is suggesting the natural process of how that all works now. The seeds, the trees, the grass. And so, while some people assume that these days are 24 hours, they don't really have to be 24 hours. And really, if we look more closely at these days, they suggest to us that they are time periods longer than 24 hours each. We want to know more about that. Actually, the word day, or yom, the Hebrew word yom, is used in more than one way in the scriptures, even in the book of Genesis. For example, we have from the International Standard Bible Encyclopedia, it says this: on the meaning of day in the story of creation, we note the word day is used of the whole period of creation. This is the history of the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created in the day that Yahweh God made the earth and the heavens. So we believe that in harmony with Bible usage, we may understand the creative days as creative periods. Now, it's pretty hard to argue with this because even if you think the creative days are 24 hours long, when you think of the entire creation, then that would have to be more than 24 hours, right? So at least in that one place, a day would have to mean more than 24 hours. So obviously, we're using the word day or yom in a different way than strictly 24-hour periods. Genesis uses the word day, actually, for 2 distinct time periods we've seen so far. Day means the individual creative periods, the creative days, if you will, or all of the creative time periods as one. That covers a huge period in the word day. But this is not all of the uses of day that apply. There's another relevant day in Scripture. Psalm 94 says this: for 1,000 years in your sight are just like yesterday when it is past, like a watch in the night. And 2 Peter 3:8 says, but don't forget this one thing, beloved, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years, one day. So here's another time period called a day, 1,000-year period. So now we've got these three kinds of days, a day equaling 1,000 years, each of the 7 individual creative periods, and a day equaling all of that put together. So we wonder, how do these 3 days relate to one another? Finding that relationship really explains a lot to us about the ages of creation. Assuming all 7 creative days are of the same length, if we could identify the length of one of the creative days, then the length of all 7 could be known. So that's what we're interested in. We want to understand these creative days a lot better. So we're going to see if we can unlock the length of one creative day. How long is the 7th creative day? That's the one we're going to look at. Now let's read what the scriptures say about the 7th creative day. The heavens and the earth were finished in all their vast array. On the 7th day, God finished his work which he had made. And he rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had made. God blessed the 7th day and made it holy, because he rested in it from all his work which he had created and made. So we notice that the 7th day is different from the others because it is a great Sabbath day which he blessed. It was a time when he looked at all that he had finished making over the 6 creative days and rested from further creative activity. So we have some questions about this. Each of the previous 6 days comes to a definite end in Scripture. When you read through it, that's what you see. Every day is clearly defined. The end is defined. What verse tells us the 7th day of creation has ended? Do you know a verse that says that? That the 7th day has ended? Actually, you don't, because there's no such verse. The scriptures don't say the 7th day has ended. No end is listed. And in fact, that's because the 7th day, Yahweh's Sabbath day, has not ended. Now, we have some scriptural proof to corroborate that, besides the fact that we have no end to that day in Scripture. This is from Hebrews chapter 4, verse 4 through 11. It says, "For he has said this somewhere about the 7th day. Elohim rested on the 7th day from all his works." We just read that. Then it says, "And in this place again, they will not enter into my rest." Now that was much later that was said. That actually originates in the Torah, but now it's repeated in the Psalms. They will not enter into my rest. And it goes on, "Seeing therefore it remains that some should enter therein." So what is this actually telling us? It's talking about that original Sabbath day. There's no question about it because it's actually quoting Genesis 2. And it is saying that some did not enter it, but it remains that some should enter in. That means that the Sabbath of Genesis 2, which is the same as the Sabbath of Psalm 95, was still going on, meaning thousands of years had passed since that Sabbath day had started. In other words, the 7th day of creation Sabbath still remained in the time of David. Well, did it stop then? Hebrews goes on, "There remains, therefore, a Sabbath rest for the people of Elohim. For he who has entered into his rest has himself also rested from his works, as Elohim did from his. Let us therefore give diligence to enter into that rest, lest anyone fall after the same example of disobedience." So Here again, now this time it's in the 1st century, right? And we're told that this Sabbath still remains. So we're talking now a period of roughly 4,000 years later, that Sabbath rest was still continuing. So obviously the 7th day must be a period of thousands of years. So how long, how many thousands of years must it be if it has not ended and it's still going? Well, ancient Jewish sages say that the last age of the world is a total of 7,000 years. 7,000 years. Let's read some of the things they said. The Talmud comments, our Katina said, 6,000 years the world will exist, and 1,000 the 7th it shall be desolate. As it is written, and the Lord alone shall be exalted in that day. And further, he said, it is written, and the Lord alone shall be exalted in that day. Further, it is written, a psalm and song for the Sabbath day. For 1,000 years in thy sight are but as yesterday when it is past. Now we started out saying, just as the 7th year is the Shemitah year, so too does the world have 1,000 years out of 7 that are fallow. So what all of this is about is the Jewish writers saw the 7-year periods that are part of the Torah, that were kept as part of the Torah, as actually being a picture of this 7th day period with 6 days of human labor and then a Sabbath of 1,000 years. Here's more. The Midrash says 6 eons for going in and coming out, for war and peace. The 7th one is entirely Shabbat. The Zohar says the redemption of Israel will come about through the mystic force of the letter Vav, which is the number 6, namely in the 6th millennium. Happy are those who would be left alive at the end of the 6th millennium to enter the Shabbat, which is the 7th millennium. So all pretty much the same idea. 6,000 years of human history as we know it today, of mankind, and then 1,000 years of Sabbath coming at the end. That's what the ancient Jewish writers said. Now, what about the ancient Christian writers? Well, they too said the same thing. It would be 7,000 years would be the length of that time period of the years of the world. Here's what some of them have said. For example, this is the Epistle of Barnabas. This is really very early, in the early centuries. It says, in 6,000 years, the Creator will bring all things to an end, for with him 1 day is 1,000 years. In 6 days, that is, in 6,000 years, all things should be accomplished. He rested on the 7th day. He means this, that when the sun shall come, he will truly rest on the 7th day. Very, very much like what the Jewish writers said. Here's one of the so-called church fathers, Irenaeus, in his Against Heresies. This is probably written later than it's saying right here, probably more like in the 3rd century. And it says, for in as many days as the world was made, in so many thousand years shall it be concluded. They will come to an end at the 6,000th year. And then Cyprian said the first 7 days in the divine arrangement contain 7,000 years. That's all pretty clear, I think. What we've seen is believed, and has been believed for thousands of years, is that there are 7 ages of 1,000 years each. And for 1,000 years in your sight are just like yesterday when it is past, like a watch in the night. A lot of these quotes quote that. And 2 Peter as well, 1 day is 1,000 years. But I think the thing that is really pretty convincing going along with this is from the book of Revelation, where it says about the length of the millennial reign being 1,000 years. Because clearly that is a set-apart period. Clearly it represents a Sabbath day, and it's 1,000 years long. So if the Sabbath day is 1,000 years long, how long are the other days? 1,000 years, right? So this is why this has been pretty much universally believed. Well, then we have this. This is from the book of Enoch, and it goes one step further. It tells us that there's an 8th day after the 7 days are over. It says, "And I appointed the 8th day also, that the 8th day should be the first created after my work, and that the first 7 revolve in the form of the 7,000, and that at the beginning of the 8,000 there should be a time of not counting, endless, with neither years nor months nor weeks nor days nor hours." Now this sounds a lot like the book of Revelation, doesn't it? And other places in Scripture that talk about what we sometimes call the consummation, the period that we will enter into in the very end that is eternal. And this is pictured as being an 8th day because it comes after the 7th day. Now, from this point, we know what the ancient sages said. We know why they said it. But the ancient sages didn't say what I'm going to share with you now. So this part is new. Now, when I say new, what I mean by that is this. About 20 years ago is when I first learned these things. And I did do a presentation about this 20 years ago using an overhead projector. And it was kind of funny because all the type was really small. People couldn't really see it very well. And they weren't really ready to hear it. And nobody in the room could really understand any of it. So what I did in one night with those overhead projections, I've now broken up into several nights. I have better equipment now. And now is the time to share these things with you. So when I say that others haven't seen this, actually there was one group that did see it, but they don't remember any of it. So I'm glad to share it with you. So let's take a look now at the math of how all this breaks down. I think those rulers give you a clue, don't they? Here's all 7 days of creation. If Yahweh is anything, I think he's precise, he's consistent in his work, in what he does. And if his 7th day, his great Sabbath day, is 7,000 years long, then wouldn't we expect that the other creative days would be of a like length? And if that be true, then what we have is a total of 49 periods or ages of creation. 49 ages of creation divided up in 7 periods. Does that ring a bell with you at all? The 49 ages of creation are actually commemorated in the Sabbath year count and in Shavuot. Leviticus 25:8, you shall count off 7 Sabbaths of years, 7 times 7 years, 7 Sabbaths of years, even 49 years. I think the sages were right that the timing of the Moedim, that is the appointments of Yahweh, are directly connected with the creation. And when we keep the appointments of Yahweh, whether they be the Sabbath itself, whether they be the appointments throughout the year, or the longer periods, the 7-year Shabbat, all of that ties into creation. The people of Yahweh that keep his holy time through the very act of living in his time, proclaim to the world that the Creator is real. And that's why this is important to me. It's not because I'm a bean counter. I don't care much for beans anyway. It's because in this I see our Creator. I see his precision. I see the symbols that he uses to communicate with us. And I just see how real this is, how we can enter into this relationship with him. This is shown also in Shavuot. And it says, you shall count for yourselves 7 weeks, actually Shabuas, or 7 periods. From the time you begin to put the sickle to the standing grain, you shall begin to number 7 weeks. You shall keep the feast of weeks to Yahweh, your Elohim. Again, a period of 7 times 7, or 49. The 49th age of creation is the same as the 7th age of day 7. By this time, this very last age, by the end of that 49th age, all must be perfected. All must be done, must be perfect, so that Yahweh can look upon this 7th day as he did the other 6 and say, it is very good. And it is this last age that is the millennial reign of Messiah and the overcomers. And if we know our Bible, we know what happens during that millennial age. All evil is rooted out of the world. Righteousness reigns. Perfection is everywhere. There is no stain of sin in the world. There is no stain of evil in the world. The knowledge of Yahweh will cover the earth like the waters cover the seas. This is that final age, the 49th age. It is an age of release. Release from sin, release from death, release from everything that's evil. Shemitah means release. Every 7 years is a Shemitah year, the year of release. Deuteronomy 15, 1 and 2 says, every 7 years you shall make a release. This is the way of the release. Every creditor shall release that which he has lent to his neighbor, because Yahweh's release has been proclaimed. Interestingly, Messiah died on a Shemitah 49th year. And I'm going to share that with you in an entirely different presentation another time. But that is the fact. He died on a 49th year, a Shemitah year, to bring us release from sin and death. Perhaps you remember this. We read this recently in Zion Academy. He opened the scroll and found the place where it was written, the Spirit of Adonai is on me, because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He sent me to proclaim release to the captives, the acceptable year of Adonai. He was talking all about release. He was talking about a Shemitah. He was talking about his death, releasing mankind from sin and death, and setting Israel free. And we're soon to see this come to fruition in our day. So now we look back, we see 3 different kinds of days or ages, the 1,000 years, each of 7 creative epochs of 7,000 years each. And we see all that together one day, covering all of it, a total of 49,000 years. Even those 49,000 years do not bring us all the way back to the beginning, right? Because there is no time given for that, for the beginning. So we don't know how far back that was. It could be a very long time. So now that we understand the ages of creation and what the scriptures can tell us about them, we wonder this: what comes after the 49 ages of creation? Well, let's look at that now. Leviticus 25 says, "You shall count off 7 Sabbaths of years, 7 times 7 years. And there shall be to you the days of 7 Sabbaths of years, even 49 years, corresponding to those 49 periods of creation, 1,000-year periods. You shall make the 50th year holy and proclaim liberty throughout the land to all its inhabitants. That 50th year shall be a jubilee to you." So really all of this is exciting, but the most exciting part is the part that's not included in these 49 years of creation. It's what comes after them, a great jubilee. Revelation 21 tells us about that, about what happens then. Creation starts again. Isn't that interesting? The great Sabbath is over, and creation starts again. What we have is now a new heaven and a new earth, a new creation. And then what happens? New Jerusalem comes down from heaven. Everything is new, and then we hear a voice from heaven. "Behold, Elohim's dwelling is with his people, and he will dwell with them, and they will be his people, and Elohim himself will be among them." In that amazing jubilee, we're not going to go to heaven. Elohim is going to come and live here with us. That's what's going to happen. And do you know how long? Forever. He who sits on the throne said, "Behold, I'm making all things new." He said, "Write, for these words of Elohim are faithful and true." He said to me, "It is done. I am the Aleph and the Tav, the beginning and the end. I will give freely to him who is thirsty from the spring of the water of life. He who overcomes, I will give him these things. I will be his Elohim, and he will be my son." 1 Corinthians chapter 15 talks about this time period, the great jubilee that comes after that 49th period. Then the end comes, when Messiah will deliver up the kingdom to the Father, when he will have abolished all rule and all authority and power, for he must reign until he has put all his enemies under his feet. The last enemy that will be abolished is death. That's talking now about his entire work, but culminating certainly in that great messianic age, that last 1,000 years of the age of human rule, and what he would accomplish, putting to an end all enemies, even death itself. And it goes on, he put all things in subjection under his feet, but when he says all things are put in subjection, it is evident that he has accepted who subjected all things to him. In other words, all things will be subjected to Messiah except for the Father. When all things have been subjected to him, that is to the Father, then the Son will also himself be subjected to him, who subjected all things in him, that Elohim may be all in all. What we're looking at is really pretty much beyond words, something we've never seen, something that's very difficult for us to imagine. But we're talking about a new creation in which Yahweh is present in everything and everyone. Truly an amazing future. This chart kind of illustrates what we're talking about. Isaiah 57:15. For so says the high and lofty one who inhabits eternity, whose name is holy. I dwell in the high and holy place. Try to fit your mind around that. Eternity. Do you know time is just a concession to us? Yahweh doesn't need it. He dwells in eternity above it all. Why does he know the beginning from the end? It's all the same in eternity. These 49 ages of creation are kind of like the womb in which a baby is formed to be born into the world on that special day. It's the womb in which Elohim's family is being formed and raised up and built up and being perfected. Even being redeemed and saved. Going through the entire process. You know, I think if you could look inside a woman's womb with that baby in there, many of us would choose not to do it. Because even though it's an amazing miracle going on in there, it's pretty messy. It looks pretty raw in there. It looks like almost anything but what it is. But something amazing is going on there. And at the end of that process, which involves a lot of pain and yet a great wonder, what do you get? A beautiful, wonderful child. And if you're the parent, you see that child and you are filled with love, and no matter what it took, it's worth it on that day. Everything else is forgotten. That's what the ages of creation are about. Everything that's necessary to bring forth the family of the living God. And it's messy, and it's not always a pleasant thing to look upon, but it's purposeful. And everything is necessary. And something is being formed. We're at a very important point in that process right now. Something special is being formed. Do you feel that? Do you feel a call to be a part of that? Nobody can give you that, you know, only Him. If you're a part of that, you know it. You know, you really might be a part of all that mess that just washes away at the end. You could be. And if you are, none of this will make much sense to you. But if you are part of that purpose of his, part of what he is planning, part of his family, then you'll understand what I'm talking about. And you'll understand how worth it all is. Even all the pain, all the suffering, all of it that's happened, how worth it all is to be there at the very end, to enter into eternity with him. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine stepping out of time into eternity with your Creator? What happens then? Nobody can tell you. Because now you've just arrived at zero. That's when it all will really happen. Then. That's when Yahweh plans to shower gifts upon his family that are literally beyond our imagination right now. So the ages of creation are great because they're going to get us to the place where we can enter into eternity. That's really what they're all about. But then, in that 50th age, which is forever, we're going to think about those ages of creation less and less and think more and more about all the blessings we're enjoying and all that Yahweh is to us, our all in all. That's the ages of creation. But what is that I hear? Somebody saying, wait a minute, can you put any dates on that? Well, actually, a number of people have put dates on that. And coming up next time, we're going to talk about it as we look at the ages of the world.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.
know, a lifespan is pretty short. And recently I was talking with Dawn about this. And I was talking about how things were in the world when I was a kid. We were really amazed when the first satellite went up into space. It was called Sputnik. And everybody was worried because the Russians had gotten ahead of America. And today, how many satellites are sent up every day? Do you know? It's not even news, is it? There's so many blanketing the sky. The world has changed so much. And one thing that I see in the world is people have a very, very poor understanding of history. And because they don't really understand much about history, and I'm talking even people who should be educated people, right? But this isn't what they're teaching people today. And so they have a very poor understanding of history. I've been a student of history all my life from the standpoint of the scriptures. And what I've learned from history is that things go in cycles. And these cycles continue through history. And we are living in a certain cycle today that is really a cycle of catastrophe. This is detailed for us in what is called the Olivet Sermon. This sermon was given by Yeshua Messiah just shortly before his death to tell his disciples then and now about the things that would be coming. This message is very important to us because, as you will see as we go through this, this unquestionably applies to our time. So this is from Mark chapter 13, but you will find Matthew's version of this in Matthew 24, which is somewhat more extensive, and Luke's version of this in Luke chapter 21. And having all three of these Gospels is very important because from comparing them, we learn certain things we wouldn't know if we didn't have all of them. And you'll get an example of that tonight. So think about cycles in history, ages in history, and think about how those ages come to an end. That's really what we're talking about tonight. That's what Messiah was talking about. Now, as we go through this, I'm not going to go into each part of the sign that Messiah laid out. What we want to talk about tonight is more having to do with the big picture. I want you to understand something about the ages that Yeshua is dealing with here. I want you to get a picture over literally thousands of years. If you can see time that way, you'll have some inkling of how Messiah actually sees time. He is not locked into our short little lifespan. So he is able to tell us about the big picture. And that's what we really need to look at here. Here's how all this came up. It says here in Mark 13, 1 and 2, as he went out of the temple, one of his disciples said to him, "Rabbi, see what kind of stones and what kind of buildings." Now, we've been talking about what was happening this last time that Yeshua went to the temple. Remember, he went there to judge it and to judge the power structure that was represented there. And he did judge them as worthy of destruction. And he told them that. So all of that had just happened now. And he's coming out of the temple. And you know what's happening? His disciples are looking at the buildings and are very impressed with the buildings. Now, somehow it seems to me they didn't fully get what Messiah had been saying because they're impressed with the buildings. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? The buildings were impressive, okay? But Yeshua was not impressed with the buildings. He said to them, "Do you see these great buildings? There will not be left here one stone on another which will not be thrown down." With those words, he foretold the end of what is referred to as the Second Temple Jewish era or age. When they heard this, they immediately had a question. And I'm sure you would when you heard something so shocking. They said, "Tell us, when will these things be? What is the sign that these things are all about to be fulfilled?" Now compare that to what it has in Matthew. "Tell us, when will these things be? And what should be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world?" So Matthew has things in it that Mark didn't include. Matthew is bigger, quite a bit bigger, includes more information. The word world here is aeon, and it properly means age. Age, not like your birthday age, but an era of time. So it's not the physical world itself, but it's an era of time. As we compare these two verses, when they ask him, "When will these things be?" they're talking about the end of the Second Temple era, when the stones of the temple would be totally torn down, like he just said. But then it goes on where it says all these things. We see from Matthew, that's talking about the sign of his coming, his return, and the end of that age at the end of the world. So what we have in his answer to their question is one sign that is talking about the end of two different ages. Can you see that? Because they specifically asked him about two different ages. So that's what he's answering. Now, a lot of people don't pick up on this, so they get very confused as they read through these verses. And they say, well, is this talking about back then? Or is this talking about the very last days before he comes? And the answer is yes. It's talking about both. That's more simple, isn't it, when you understand that? Now, here's some confirmation from the Apostle Paul. And here he's talking about what happened with the failings of ancient Israel. And he says, now all these things happened to them by way of example, and they were written for our admonition, on whom the ends of the ages have come. You see, Paul understood the big picture. And he knew he wasn't just speaking for people living during that age. He was actually looking forward to this age at the end of the world when Yeshua would return. So he doesn't say the end of the age. He literally says the ends of the ages. Paul believed exactly what I just explained to you. Why not? He had that information from the Olivet Sermon. He understood that it was talking about two different ages. So that's what he's talking about. So, a lot of times people say, well, the believers in the first century, they thought that that was going to be the end and that Yeshua was going to return then. They say that because they'll find things in the scriptures where the believers back then used terms like the last days. We're living near the end. So they think that that means that those believers thought that they were living in the very last days. But say, they knew they were living at the end or near the end of that Jewish age they were in. That was the last days for that generation. So, again, people don't rightly understand much in the scriptures because they don't have the bigger view of history. They don't understand Yahweh's time, and they make big mistakes. Obviously, Paul wasn't seeing things that way. He saw the ends of the ages. He saw that those ages had much in common. They both were completing cycles and would have similar signs and would benefit similarly from the examples in Scripture. Well, now let's look at Mark 13:14. In Mark 13:14, Mark says this: when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, standing where it ought not, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Matthew says the same thing. It mentions the abomination of desolation. But in Luke, when it's talking about the same thing, it says, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that its desolation is at hand. So because we have Luke, we know that in this case, the abomination of desolation that Messiah is talking about is Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Now, why is it that Matthew and Mark are using a sort of code? You have to know what the abomination of desolation is, don't you, in order to understand what's being said. Whereas later, Luke is just telling us right out what it is. Well, it's because Luke wrote later after these other two, and it wasn't an issue anymore. There was no reason not to come right out and say it. But when Matthew and Mark were written, there was potential danger talking about this. And so biblical prophecy code was actually used to talk to one another. We ought to think about that, because having our own language based on the scriptures, having our own time based on the scriptures, is a protection for us against the enemies as we move closer into the last days. And realize everything in these verses tell us the whole world is going to hate you. Get used to that idea. It's going to get a lot worse than it is right now, and you're going to have to worry about what you say in front of people. And it might be a good time to start practicing some of that. Now, let's talk about the timing in that generation when Messiah was talking to them, okay? In Mark 13:30, Messiah says, most certainly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things happen. Now, as this applies to that era they were in. When he says this generation, what generation is he talking about? Well, isn't he talking about his own generation? And people who are contemporaneous with him? Let's take a look at Messiah's generation. Messiah was born in the fall of 2 BC. Now we have a radio program along with diagrams and charts and so on that totally prove this beyond a doubt. If you want that information, just let us know and we'll give that to you. So the next year in 1 BC, Messiah turns 1 year old. There is no 0 year. So after 1 BC, you are immediately in 1 AD. And Messiah is still 1 year old. And he doesn't turn 2 until the fall of 1 AD. So that means for most of the year, 1 AD, he's still 1. You follow me? So when it turns 2 AD, how old is he? He's 2, right? When he's 3, he turns 3 in the fall of 2 AD. But for most of that year, after he turns 3, it is then going to be 3 AD. As of January, right? The Roman time we're talking about. So down through history, whatever year of our Lord this is, tracks at the beginning of that year with Messiah's birth age. So it's very simple to track the years since Messiah was born. Right now when I'm talking to you, it's 2018. It's not the fall yet. So how old would Messiah be as a man if he was still here? 2018 years old, right? Doesn't that make it easy to figure the time? That means that at age 70, it would be 70 AD. Now, here's another chart that I made up that has some of the important events that happened during that 70-year period, starting with Messiah's birth and ending with the destruction of the city of Jerusalem with its temple. Here, we're going to explain the larger eras that we're dealing with. Now, I'm going to start with the previous Jewish era so that you can kind of see how this works. In the previous Jewish era, that era resulted in the building of the first temple by Solomon. But during that Jewish era, it had already begun before the temple was built, okay? Now, what happened was the people turned badly away and against Yahweh. And he continually tried to make them come back, but you know what? They kept wanting to be like the world. They kept wanting to go after other gods and do all the things against the commandments. And they became such a stench that Yahweh's own temple and city became offensive to him because it was tearing down his name. And he told them that would have to be destroyed in order to protect his own great name. So, in 587 BC, he sent the Babylonians to destroy Jerusalem. This is secular history as well as biblical history. And some Jews had already been deported by the Babylonians, but now this whole process was finished, and all but a few stragglers, considered totally unimportant, were deported off of the land and exiled in Babylon. That was an end of that Jewish era. Is that easy to tell? The end of Jerusalem, the end of the temple, the people no longer on the land. That was the end of that Jewish era. Interestingly, the scriptures prophesy that the Israelites, the Jews, would be exiled from the land for one generation, for 70 years. Here's how it worked out. In 539, Babylon fell to the Persians. The Persians were nice to the Jews. Good folks, really. And they said, well, you can send people back to your city. You can rebuild your temple. But you know what? Most of the people didn't want to go. They had gotten used to Babylon, and they liked it. A lot like the believers in the world today, isn't it? How many of them are going to go home with us in the second Exodus? A few, comparatively. A remnant who care more about spiritual things than being like the world. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Do you see what I'm saying about cycles? So anyway, a very small remnant returned. And they encountered lots of difficulties because there were other people there now. You don't just leave for 70 years and not have anybody else move in, right? So they had lots of difficulties trying to regain their place. And eventually they were able to rebuild their temple, which at that time really marked a new beginning of the Jews in Jerusalem. That's what they had been working for. Finally, they accomplished that in 516 BC, after one generation of 70 years. Well, in 516 BC then, it was the beginning of a new Jewish era. And the temple in Jerusalem, and the Jews now having control of that, is what marked the beginning of that era. Are you following me? Jerusalem. That's what we're talking about. That made Jerusalem Jewish once again. Jerusalem is Yahweh's time clock. 516 BC. They get to 2 BC. That's a long time later, isn't it? Hundreds of years. There's prophecies telling about the time. We're not getting into all those tonight. But the people were dull. Most of them didn't get what's happening. It took people from the east who weren't even from Jerusalem to know and understand what was going on when Messiah was born in 2 BC. Magi from a distant land in the east saw the signs in the sky and came to Jerusalem seeking the Messiah. They should have known. That era continued. But they were at the end of the age. They had arrived at the end of the age. They didn't act like it. Luke 19:41 through 44, we have these verses. Speaking of Messiah, it says, he wept over Jerusalem, saying, if you, even you, had known today the things which belong to your peace, but now they're hidden from your eyes. For the days will come on you, when your enemies will throw up a barricade against you, surround you, hem you in on every side, and will dash you and your children within you to the ground. They will not leave in you one stone on another, because you didn't know the time of your visitation. Think about that. They were being visited from heaven by the Son of God, and they did not know the time of their visitation. And because of that, look what would happen to them. Destruction was going to fall upon them. It is a sin not to know the prophetic time when you should know it. And there are consequences to not knowing. And we're going to see that as we progress here in the book of Mark. The time of Messiah's visitation, his generation did not pass away until his words had been fulfilled. He said this, most certainly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things happen. Look at this. July 29 and 30, 70 AD. Tish B'Av, the 9th day of the 5th month. The temple was destroyed, followed by the destruction of Jerusalem. This is exactly the same day on the Hebrew calendar that the earlier temple had been destroyed by Babylon. Is that a coincidence? I think not. This occurred within the 70th year of Messiah's generation. Just 2.5 months later, the date flipped, and Messiah would have turned 71. Was his word fulfilled? I think that's quite precise, isn't it? That's the end of that Jewish age. You see, the thing is, when you know history, and you know the scriptures, you can't be fooled. Nobody could set that up, right? Is some guy that hates the Bible going to go to the Romans and say, listen, you've got to go in there and attack them exactly in 70, exactly on this day? Doesn't happen like that, does it? It's history here showing you how Yahweh is in control of history itself. His prophecy is not wrong. Mark 13:14, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing where it ought not, then he says, let the reader understand, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. You see, when destruction fell on Jerusalem, everybody who was caught in there was in trouble. Over 1 million people. According to one estimate, 3 million people were killed by the Romans. And many more were taken into captivity. And quite a few, a lot of people, died of famine during the siege. And some pretty awful things happened in there. It's a horrible story. It's absolutely a horrible story. And it's all laid out in horrible detail by Flavius Josephus in his War of the Jews. So, Yeshua was giving them a warning, telling them what to look for before that fell on that land. So he tells them, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. And we already saw in Luke that it says, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. So that's really what it was. What the abomination of desolation was, is Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Now it's amazing how this happened. Cestius Gallus came with the Roman troops and surrounded Jerusalem. This was in 66. And it looked for all the world like the whole thing was going to go down right then, because the whole city was surrounded and it looked like it was on right then. But then, you know what happened? Josephus says, for no good reason in the world, Cestius Gallus and his troops just left. They just picked up and left. And the believers said to themselves, well, that's amazing. And you know what they did? They said, wow, that's the sign. Let's pick up our stuff and get out of here. Isn't that amazing? That's history. That's history telling you that God is in control of history. That's history telling you that you must believe Bible prophecy to save your own life. Are you following what I'm saying? Realize that in this case, the believers had to understand what the abomination of desolation is in this context in the book of Daniel. That's why it says, let the reader understand. The believers had to understand Bible prophecy and act on it to be saved. What about these people that say, well, I don't follow Bible prophecy because nobody can understand that stuff? What would happen if these brothers and sisters had done that? What if they said, oh, Daniel's too deep for me. I can't really spend any time in Daniel. What would have happened to them? Yeshua gave them a clear sign. When they saw it, they needed to act on it if they were going to survive. Now, I don't know that this happened, but I bet you there are some believers there that said, oh, well, my Aunt Betsy is here, and she's not going to leave, so I'm not going to leave either. Oh, well, I don't know, this trip looks too rigorous for my cat to come with me, so I think I'm going to stay where I am. If they did that, they died or became slaves. Serious. Some of them might say, oh, well, Yahweh will protect me if I stay here. Don't be that dumb. If you do not obey his word, expect to get the same thing the world gets. Here's proof from history as to what happened. This is from a church historian from the 4th century. So he's writing it from a Gentile Christian perspective. He says, the people, Nazarenes, of the church in Jerusalem were commanded by an oracle given by revelation before the war to those in the city who were worthy of it, to depart and dwell in one of the cities of Perea, which they called Pella. To it, those who believed in Christ traveled from Jerusalem, so that when holy men had altogether deserted the royal capital of the Jews and the whole land of Judea, the judgment of God at length overtook those who had committed such outrages against Christ and his apostles and totally destroyed that generation of impious men. Don't you think this is remarkable? Don't you think this is like one of the most important things that ever happened in history? Messiah came. He told them that that generation would see this end of Jerusalem. He gave the sign to his followers, and here we have a historical account that they listened to what he said, they acted on it when they saw the sign, and they were saved, and the rest of Judea suffered this heavy end. Neon lights, right? Now, this is interesting. After that had happened, okay, in the next century, so we're talking maybe 60 or 70 years later, the Gentile church broke off from those Nazarene believers and labeled them as heretics. There were a lot more Gentiles then. So, you know, people regard the original group as being the heretics and the Christians that broke away as being the continuation. It was actually the very opposite, right? Isn't that interesting? Another church historian wrote this about it. This heresy of the Nazarenes exists in the Decapolis in the region of Pella. From there it took its beginning after the exodus from Jerusalem, when all the disciples went to live in Pella because Christ had told them to leave Jerusalem and to go away since it would undergo a siege. Because of this advice, they lived in Perea after having moved to that place, as I said. So he's calling the believers who obeyed Yeshua Messiah heretics. So who are the real heretics? The Nazarenes were the original Messiah followers who were saved by obeying him. The Gentile church broke away from the original group, and what did they give us? The Roman church and the Dark Ages and all the lies of Christendom. It's not hard to figure out who the real believers are and why we need to get out of the pagan church system. Well, that gives you the picture, I think, pretty well of that Jewish age. Now you understand there had been an earlier Jewish age, and that one didn't end well either. There was a generation there for them to get their act together. Then there was another Jewish age. We just talked about the end of that when Messiah came, right? One generation of 70 years, giving them a time to repent, giving those who would listen a chance to be separated out from those who were going to receive the judgment. That's exactly what happened during that time period. And then in the end, kabam. Luke 21 puts it like this. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that its desolation is at hand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains, where they fled to Pella. This is in the mountains of Syria. Let those who are in the midst of her depart. Let those who are in the country not enter therein. For these are days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. Woe to those who are pregnant and to those who nurse infants in those days. For there will be great distress in the land and wrath to this people. They will fall by the edge of the sword and will be led captive into all the nations. Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. This is so simple that it amazes me that people don't understand this. It is so simple. What Yeshua is telling us is that era, that age of the Jews in Jerusalem was going to meet a violent and bloody end. Isn't that easy to say? And then they were going to be led captive into all the nations. Did that prediction come true? And then it says, Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles. Did that happen? Was there now a new age, an era, where Jerusalem was trampled down by the Gentiles? Did that happen? And was that age ever at a point where it was fulfilled? In other words, that Gentile age was at an end, which implies then a new Jewish age, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Here's a little chart I put together for you. 70 AD. Jerusalem was destroyed. All that we talked about happened. It was the Romans that did it. And now Jerusalem was in their hands. And it is true that later, in the 2nd century, there were some Jews that tried to mount opposition to try and get Jerusalem back again. But that failed. Later, the Byzantines, Christians, had a period of time where they ruled over Jerusalem. Later, there were Muslim conquests, and this kind of different Muslims did this. And then, of course, there were their Christian crusaders that took back Jerusalem, or I shouldn't say take it back because they never had it, who took Jerusalem. The Mamelukes and Ottomans, Muslims, took Jerusalem. And in 1917, the British took it at the end or near the end of World War I. And finally, in 1948 to 1967, it was under the control of the country of Jordan. You see why it uses the language, the times of the Gentiles? Because there were different times here, a lot of different Gentiles. The scriptures are very specific in the word choice. Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. Well, what would you expect to happen when the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled? Knowing the history, wouldn't that mean you have a Jewish Jerusalem again? Times of the Gentiles are over. You have a Jewish Jerusalem again. What we're talking about is the liberation of Jerusalem. June 7th, 1967. Can anybody argue with that? The Six-Day War. I was a young man when this happened. It was one of the most amazing things anybody had ever seen. It was all over the news. And it truly was incredible. The Jews were once again in control of Jerusalem, and they still are. Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. So what does this mark? Does it not mark a new Jewish era in Jerusalem? Mark 13 goes on from this point. As a matter of fact, each of these goes on here, but we're looking at Mark's version right now. It says, in those days after the oppression, that is, after the tribulation, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will be falling from the sky, and the powers that are in the heavens will be shaken. Well, all of these things are signs that are also mentioned by the Old Testament prophets, things that happen right before Yeshua's return. Goes on, then they will see the Son of Man coming in clouds with great power and glory. Then he will send out his angels and will gather together his chosen ones from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of the sky. So how does this third age of a Jewish Jerusalem end? It ends with a return of Yeshua Messiah. That's how it ends. It goes on and it tells us some more here to help us understand about the time. Now, what you're looking at is a picture of an early fig. This is when, in the spring, the leaves are sprouting, blossoms come out, but there are some early figs that are edible. Now, from the fig tree, learn this parable. When the branch has now become tender and puts forth its leaves, you know that the summer is near. Even so, you also, when you see these things coming to pass, know that it is near at the doors. Let's go through this. Now, Gill's commentary has a nice explanation of what this is saying. It says, when its branch is yet tender, and Gill writes, through the influence of the sun and the motion of the sap, which was bound up and congealed in the winter season. And my comment here, bound up in the winter. The winter is this long period of the Gentile times, right? But sap is now flowing. Israel is once again in the land. And puts forth leaves, and Gill writes, from the tender branches, which swell and open and put forth buds, leaves, and fruit. And I put new growth. New growth. Could this be the returning remnant of Israel? And it goes on, you know the summer is nigh, spring being already come. In other words, the fig tree putting forth her green figs is a sign that the winter is past, spring has already come, and summer is at hand. So I think this is where people make a mistake about the fig tree. A lot of times they say, well, the fig tree is Israel, and the beginning of the generation has to be then when Israel became a nation. But when you look at the words more closely, what this is telling you is that the sign occurs when it's already springtime. In other words, there's already evidence of Israel in the land. So it's later than the very beginning. And a couple Sabbaths ago, I brought up this slide, which was from our presentation in Matthew about figs. And it's not exactly correct to say, well, figs picture Israel. They don't just picture Israel. They picture rotten Israel and righteous Israel, right? And according to Jeremiah, the good figs are the figs that are the first ripe figs. The spring figs, the ones, by coincidence, that Messiah is talking about in his parable. The first ripe figs we have seen picture the righteous remnant of Israel. So, this portion of Scripture is not exactly talking about what people think it's talking about. It's really talking about the remnant springing up. And this is a late sign. It happens relatively late in the process. It's happening now, and we're pretty late in the process. It's spring. And when this fully happens, when it's finished, summer is near. It's at the doors, it says. In other words, we're there. When the remnant of Israel are raised up and they return to the land, it is a very short period for all of the end time events to tick off very rapidly and for the Messiah to return. Mark 13, 32 and 33. But of that day or that hour, no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. Watch, keep alert, and pray, for you don't know when the time is. Well, we've talked about this before. This phrase, that day or that hour, no one knows, actually refers to one of the feasts, Yom Teruah. We can never know exactly what day it's going to be because it falls at the end of the dark of the moon. And that period can be 2 days or it can be 3 days. So the only way you can know when it comes is by watching. This is all about watching here. This is Yeshua Messiah telling us he's going to come at a feast of trumpets, but it's also him telling us we need to watch. Now he says, you don't know when the time is. Does that mean you can never know when the time is? Interesting question, isn't it? Mark 13, 35 through 37. Watch, therefore. You don't know when the Lord of the house is coming, whether at evening or at midnight or when the rooster crows, or in the morning, lest coming suddenly he might find you sleeping. What I tell you, I tell all, watch. He said, no one knows the day or the hour. And here, as an example, he gives us hours of a single day. He doesn't use a metaphor of months or years. He's using a metaphor of hours in a single day. What do you think we're going to be doing when we get to that Yom Teruah? I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be sleeping. I'm going to be watching. Here's from 1 Thessalonians 5, 2 through 4. For you yourselves know well that the day of the Lord comes like a thief in the night. We heard that from Peter, didn't we? A verse from Peter that was read tonight. For when they are saying peace and safety, then sudden destruction will come on them like birth pangs on a pregnant woman, and they will in no way escape. But you, brothers, aren't in darkness, that the day should overtake you like a thief. Well, this stacks up pretty well with what we saw with Messiah's generation, doesn't it? They had all these signs. They had a particular sign to look for, a prophetic sign. So they didn't know when it was going to happen. But then once they saw the prophetic sign, did they then know it was about to happen? They did, didn't they? You see, for a period of time, people might not know. But then when the prophetic signs happen, then we're going to start to know, aren't we? Look at this. Have you thought about this? The months of anti-Messiah's reign define the time with certainty. When we get there into the tribulation, we know that the anti-Messiah is going to rule for 42 months. This is expressed in prophecy in a number of different places. 3.5 years, 3.5 times, 42 months. It's given to us in different ways so we can know exactly the time. So, when anti-Messiah's reign starts, will we not then know the time when Messiah is going to come? Isn't that a lot like what happened in the first century when they saw the armies? So you see, when he says no one knows, it doesn't mean forever nobody will know. Certainly when it happens, they'll know. Back up 3.5 years, when the Antichrist is in power, they'll know. What about backing up some more? Are there other prophecies that will tell us the time? Not the day or the hour, but the time, so we can be ready. Well, we're not in darkness like the world. It should not catch us like a thief. As we've already seen, not knowing the time is a sin that can get you killed. We will need to know the time. The final generation. That's the generation we're in that started in 1967. Yeshua said, most certainly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things happen. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. End of the Gentile times. End of the age. One generation. 2 times before us, when the end of the age was ticking off, we had A generation of 70 years. You do the math. Here's a chart that I adapted a little bit that was from a video that was mentioned tonight. This is a video that was from a presentation in 2015. We have this on DVD and other places, should you want to have it. And I'm not going to explain it all, but what it's showing here is the biblical Shemitah cycles since 1967. And what you have is 10 Shemitah cycles. That's what's showing here, because 10 Shemitah cycles is 70 years. Very interestingly, on each Shemitah year, which is the 7th year, which is a biblically significant time in Yahweh's cycle, he counts time in 7-year cycles. And the 7th year is a Sabbath year, just like the 7th day is a Sabbath day. And these days and years are very significant. And if you look at these Shemitah years through this time period, since 1967, what you find is major events happened relative to Israel. And you also find major events happened relative to the whole world in some cases. The last Shemitah year was 2015. And it was a doozy. It was an amazing year, spiritually speaking. And remember that star I talked about that shone and was the sign that Messiah had come? Well, we had a repeat of that same star in 2015. Just an accident? Just chance? Well, actually not. If you look at my Daniel seminar, which you can view free at the Zion.net website, you'll find out about that Messiah star. And you'll find out what it means. A lot happened in 2015. Well, now we're almost halfway in the next Shemitah cycle. Next Shemitah year is 2022. There's only 2 more after that. And the last one, interestingly, falls upon the very 70th year since 1967. We have 2.5 Shemitah cycles left in that time period that I have charted out. This generation will not pass away. The home stretch is ahead of us. You think you should change your life at all? Do you think you should talk to Yahweh about it at all? About what this means for you? If you want to know, he will make that known to you. Mark 13:13, our closing verse. He who endures to the end, the same will be saved. And that's the ends of the ages.
Darwinian evolution. Junk science.
we see that Charles Darwin wrote a book, and it was published in 1859. And his book on the origin of species, which is really not the whole title, it's telling you what he's really saying. It was Darwinism that gave them scientific justification to go in and dominate the so-called savages. That's what evolution is about. Here's a newspaper article from Australia. The headline is "Blacks Slain for Science's White Superiority Theory." Cross out white superiority theory and put Darwinism, because it's the same thing. Look at this map of Africa. See the little light green part? That's the only part of Africa that was not completely colonized by the Europeans. All the other colors you see on there, that's all areas of Africa that were divided up to the different European nations. Why were they there in Africa? To steal everything in Africa. That's why they were there. They were thieves. They were going into a place that did not belong to them, where they were stronger, where they were more powerful, and they were taking what they wanted. That's what they were doing. And they needed a moral justification for that in the eyes of the soldiers that they sent to die there to make them rich. And Darwinian evolution gave them the excuse they needed. It didn't just happen in Africa. Here in the United States, the indigenous people in America were virtually wiped out. And this too was justified by Darwinian evolution.
Often when racist history is cited, such as stories of slavery, colonialism, genocide of indigenous people, or Nazi atrocities, blame is directed towards the Bible and Bible-believing people. However, a closer look at actual documentation points to another culprit behind elitist racist atrocities. That culprit is Darwinian evolution. This obscured fact of history needs and deserves to be revealed. The film, Darwinian Evolution Junk Science, was made to set this record straight. See it today. See Darwinian Evolution Junk Science, www.truthpoint.info.
Welcome, friends, to tonight's installment of our Remnant Expectations Prophecy Seminar on this first night of Sukkot. I'm very excited about the information I'm going to be bringing to you tonight. This whole presentation and more that I'll be sharing includes information that I was going to include last year in the Daniel seminar. But we just kind of ran out of days and I couldn't do it all. So I think that was all by Yahweh's design because he's given more things now to add to this. But this is kind of the central message that we'll be building on through the rest of this seminar. And as you can see here with our title, this is about the tribulation trigger. And on my graphic, doesn't it just make you not want to push that button? Well, I think it helps us if we know what does push that button. Then we'll understand what's going to be happening. We'll be ready for what's about to happen. And these things are included in Scripture to make us ready here in these last days. Before we talk about, though, what is the tribulation trigger, we need to talk about what's not the tribulation trigger. And this is something that happens a lot with our teachings, right? That there's been misunderstandings about the Scriptures, and we have to show you why that's not the way it is, and then show you how things are. Well, that's true with the tribulation trigger. There's been a lot of popular prophecy books, particularly in the evangelical Christian world, and other material that all give us the same thing as the tribulation trigger, the thing that's going to set off the tribulation. I chose a quote here from raptureready.com, which is pretty typical of this thought or this idea. It says, the tribulation will start when the Antichrist signs the 7-year peace agreement with Israel. Now, you've heard that, right? A lot of times. So a lot of people are waiting for that agreement to be signed, and then they're going to say, oh, that's a tribulation. The only problem with that is there's only one verse in Scripture that this idea is based on. It's Daniel 9:27. He shall confirm the covenant with many for 1 week, and in the midst of the week he shall cause the sacrifice and the oblation to cease, and for the overspreading of abominations he shall make it desolate, even until the consummation, and that determined shall be poured upon the desolate. That's not quite so clear as there's going to be a 7-year peace treaty. And the truth is, this doesn't mean what they think it means. And it's the only verse they've got to suggest this. So let me tell you now, the tribulation trigger is not a 7-year peace treaty with the Antichrist. It isn't. Now, if you were with me for the Daniel seminar, or you've seen the video since then you might know that we did an in-depth teaching on Daniel chapter 8. And we really had some brand new revelation and material that I went over in a very detailed way with you, which demonstrated that it would be some months in to the tribulation period before the Antichrist would arise. So that being the case, the idea that the Antichrist will make a 7-year treaty with Israel at the beginning of the 7-year tribulation is impossible because the Antichrist will not have arisen at that time. So, bottom line about that is there will be no Antichrist treaty with Israel at the start of the tribulation to trigger the tribulation. There's really other things of far more importance spiritually that trigger the start of the Great Tribulation. I've talked about some of those things in the earlier messages that we've had this 7th month. And We're going to talk about more of this now. So now we're talking about the secret plans of a great warfare revealed to Daniel. And this is really what we're talking about when we talk about Daniel 10:1 through 12:1. The very first verse sets the stage for the rest of this discussion. And it says, in the 3rd year of Cyrus, king of Persia, a thing was revealed to Daniel, whose name was called Belshazzar. And the thing was true, even a great warfare. And he understood the thing and had understanding of the vision. That gets missed, strangely. But that's what this whole vision is about, this great warfare that was revealed to Daniel. Here it goes on in Daniel chapter 10, verse 2 through 3. In those days, I, Daniel, was mourning 3 whole Sabbath cycles. I ate no pleasant bread, neither came flesh nor wine into my mouth, neither did I anoint myself at all until 3 whole Sabbath cycles were fulfilled. So just think about this. He had this revelation of a great warfare, and it immediately put him into a total state of fasting for 21 days. So this should tell us that the great warfare he was seeing was against Israel. Because why else would he be fasting like this, except that it was his nation that was really in the crosshairs of this great warfare. Because we're covering so much material tonight, I'm not going to read all the verses tonight, especially here in Daniel chapter 10. I'm going to the highlights, but you can perhaps read this later along with this information in mind, and I think it'll help you understand it better. But as you read along in Daniel 10, what you find is that Yahweh sent an angel to Daniel as a result of his prayers. And the angel spoke to him and said, from the first day that you set your heart to understand and to humble yourself before your Elohim, your words were heard, and I have come for your word's sake. So Daniel did not need to fast and pray for 21 days. The truth is, Daniel said it, and Yahweh heard it and sent forth an angel. But it's 21 days later before the angel's there. And the angel is explaining to him why he was delayed. Now, I just think that's kind of funny. An angel coming to you and telling you, well, gee, I'm sorry that I was delayed. Don't you think that's kind of strange? But anyway, this is what happened. And he explains it. He says, the prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 21 days. But behold, Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, that I not be detained there with the kings of Persia. So, apparently the chief prince involved here was the spirit prince of Persia, but then he mentions these others too, that he's calling the kings of Persia. These may have also been spirit entities within that particular hierarchy there in Persia. So it looks like the leader and some of his main enforcers got together to ambush this angel from getting to Daniel. But then he says, Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me. And then the whole thing was over, because Michael is so much more powerful than these other spirits, that immediately this angel who had been dispatched to Daniel was able to carry out his mission. Then he says, "Now I have come to make you understand what shall happen to your people in the last days. For the vision is yet for many days." Well, let's now analyze these verses a little closer and see what they tell us about the great warfare that Daniel had perceived and been so concerned about. The angel said, "I have come for your word's sake." This indicates to us that the angel is delivering a message about the thing that Daniel was concerned about, that Daniel was praying about. And of course, that's the great warfare. That's why the angel came. In verse 13, he said, "But the prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 21 days. Well, why were these demonic entities in heavenly places trying to hold back that angel? They didn't want their war plans to be revealed. They didn't want you and I to know the things that are written down in these verses. Because there is a great warfare going on. And Daniel chapter 10 allows us to look into the heavenly places and to see where that warfare actually happens. It's going on in the heavenly places. And really, the chief enemy is Israel. Why is that? Because the enemy knows, just as we know, Yahweh has determined that Israel will be his instrument to bring about his kingdom in the earth. So to stop his kingdom, what do they need to stop? Where is the weakest link in the chain? Certainly not with Yahweh. Certainly not with Messiah. Israel, however, sadly at times has been vulnerable to the attacks of the enemy. So that's where the warfare is directed, towards Israel. And in verse 14, the angel said, "The vision is yet for many days." For many days. And basically, this warfare against Israel has been going on for many days, hasn't it? In fact, many years, millennia of time. And he says, "even unto the last days." And we have evidence from Scripture and from what's going on in the world around us that we are in those last days now. So that makes this very relevant to our time. And so what we see here is that the demonic forces did not want this plan of the enemy to be revealed. Well, looking here at this great warfare, this long-term plan, we find that two time periods are covered in Daniel chapter 10 through 12. For many days indicates time going past through history. And then in the last days is that particular point in time, just before the end of this age, the time of the end. So what is the plan of the enemy that is going to be exposed here? Well, it looks something like this. This is the enemy plan in a nutshell. And the nut they want to crack is Israel. And the plan is to trap Israel in between two overpowering forces, the king of the north and the king of the south, and then for them to wind pressure so as to try and crack that nut of Israel. That's basically what this is about. So now let us look at the development and intrigues of the kings of the north and kings of the south. This takes us into Daniel chapter 11, where this narration now of the angel begins. What we find here is it starts out with a contest between Persia and Greece. Verse 2 says, "Behold, there shall stand up yet 3 kings in Persia, and the 4th shall be far richer than they all. And when he's grown strong through his riches, he shall stir up all against the realm of Greece." Well, this actually happened. And by the way, all of this is meant to move things towards the plan. We haven't even gotten to the plan yet. There's 3 kings of Persia, and then the 4th. The 4th is Xerxes, known in the scriptures as Ahasuerus, found in the book of Esther. And it mentions that he's far richer than the other kings. And this was known to be true, that he was far richer. As a matter of fact, he was so wealthy that according to one historian, he had so great an abundance of riches in his kingdom that although rivers were dried up by his numerous armies, yet his wealth remained unexhausted. He had an incredible army. According to a Greek historian, he had an army that was over 5 million people. And you know, today an army of 5 million people would certainly get your attention, wouldn't it? And it says he shall stir up all against the realm of Greece, and that's just what happened. He basically took everything he had, all these armies, and brought them against Greece. However, what he didn't figure on was this guy, a young man named today Alexander the Great. He had to earn that last part of the title, the Great. And he did that through his really amazing victories in war. Daniel 11:3 mentions him, saying, "A mighty king shall stand up, who shall rule with great dominion and do according to his will." Amazingly, he overcame these massive armies of the Persians with far less men. And just through the course of a few battles, totally overthrew the Persian Empire, took over the Persian Empire, and even expanded far beyond that. It says, "After he shall stand up, his kingdom shall be broken and shall be divided toward the 4 winds." I have here a map of the kingdom of Alexander. And as you can see, it covers very vast areas, all the way from India, all the way over into Europe. Huge. And all the way down into Egypt. Very incredibly huge empire. And he conquered all of that by the time he was 32 years old. And he died unexpectedly at 32. And when he did, the scripture even tells us what happened, that his kingdom would be divided towards the 4 winds. It goes on here and says, "His kingdom shall be divided not to his posterity and not according to his dominion." This is very unusual. You know, you just think about an emperor who conquered these vast lands. Certainly, he would make arrangements for perhaps a son of his or someone in the family, or perhaps if there was none there, prominent people, to carry on his empire. But Alexander didn't do that. Perhaps it's because he was so young. Maybe he thought he would live a lot longer. Whatever the reason, it happened exactly as this angel said many years in advance to Daniel. So what happened at his death is the kingdom was divided to the four winds, just like the angel said. At first, it looked a lot like this, the way that it was divided up between four of his generals. But then there was infighting among the generals. And basically, the Seleucid Empire took over pretty much the whole top part there. So with the Seleucids on the top, and then the Ptolemies in Egypt down on the bottom. Now the next verse, verse 5 and 6 mentions the daughter of the king of the south shall come to the king of the north to make an agreement. Now this is the first time in the narrative that it mentions the king of the south and the king of the north. Notice context here. It had just been talking about Alexander's empire, told us how it was going to be broken up. So when it's saying the north and the south, it's really talking about the king of the northern part of Alexander's empire and the king of the southern part of Alexander's empire. It's talking about a regional thing. This is one of the reasons why this cannot be talking about the Antichrist and a global government, right? Because this is clearly talking about a regional conflict, and this is all in relation to Israel. The king of the north is north of Israel, and the king of the south is south of Israel. Now we have a pretty long section, all the way to verse 39. And it's very intricate. It's telling you all these intrigues of these kings of the north and of the south. And I'm not going to go through that tonight because I could use up all of my time and not tell you about the last days. And that would be dumb. So instead, I'm just wanting to tell you what it is. And you can look it up. And this particular part of this message, you can look up in various commentaries and so on. It'll give you all the historical details because there's historical details regarding all these kings that you can find. What you can see very clearly as you go through it, it's all a chronological narrative. Right from the very beginning, starting from Persia through Greece and then through all of this with the king of the north and the king of the south. It's all chronological. And it's all talking about these guys. And on the left side of this chart, you have the Ptolemies who ruled Egypt. This is the king of the south. And on the other side, you have the Seleucids who ruled the area north of Israel. And it goes through the intrigues between them all along because realize each of them wanted to expand their kingdom. So if they could, they wanted to get some of the territory that belonged to the other. That's really what they were doing. Unfortunately, and this was the real plan, Israel was trapped in between them. So the demonic forces could use this struggle between the king of the north and the king of the south in order to apply pressure to Israel. And they did that, and especially with the last king in this part of the discussion, Antiochus Epiphanes. And we want to talk a little more about Antiochus. Now, you might have heard of him. Sometimes people say Antiochus. You can say it either way. This comes up now in the chronological narrative of the king of the north and the king of the south. And Antiochus, not only did he occupy Israel, but He banned the Torah. He actually desecrated the temple with pig brine so that it could not be used. And he erected an idol of Jupiter in the temple. So as you can imagine, Yahweh didn't really like this guy very much. But you know, when things happen, very often Yahweh allows those things to happen to test his people as to what are they going to do. And the story about this is found in the books of Maccabees. The high priest and his sons, the Maccabees, raised up basically an effort, a resistance against the armies of Antiochus, and it was costly. It was costly for them. It was costly for the rest of the people. But they actually managed to overcome that army and to reclaim the temple, to cleanse the temple, and to reinstitute the temple. That's what Hanukkah is all about. As for Antiochus, what happened to him is he was not killed by the Maccabees or by Israel. Yahweh himself struck Antiochus with a horrible disease where his body was actually rotting while he was alive. Parts of his body would just fall off while he was alive, and according to the records, he smelled so bad that his servants wouldn't even go in and serve him. So this is what happened to him, and of course, then he died. Antiochus has a lot in common with the anti-Messiah. As a matter of fact, he has a lot in common with Adolf Hitler or Joseph Stalin or any of those people that have hated Israel and hated Yahweh. They all have a certain kind of character, a certain kind of haughty spirit, presumptuous spirit that, you know, just runs through all of these people. And I think you could say they're all antichrists. And even as the Apostle John said, there are many antichrists. And that's really true. And that was true of Antiochus Epiphanes. But when people are doing a study of the king of the north and the king of the south in Daniel, they're going along chronologically. They get to Antiochus Epiphanes and the story about them. And they believe then that it's talking about the Antichrist. But the truth is, it doesn't leave the chronological narrative. So from a chronological perspective, Antiochus Epiphanes is the last in this particular chronological series about the ancient Seleucids and the Ptolemies. Now, the fact that people latch onto this and say, well, this is the Antichrist, then what they do is they read it as the Antichrist through the rest of the material, and that's how they come to the wrong conclusion that it's talking about the Antichrist, even though the Antichrist hasn't arisen yet. Now, I'm not talking about an Antichrist. I'm talking about the Antichrist or anti-Messiah that is the last one to plague Israel. He hasn't arisen yet. So this is why people make a mistake here. Some people, though, they just make a mistake because they just pick things out of a hat. I mean, I've seen, for example, back in time a ways when there were two great powers in the world, the United States and the Soviet Union, some people said then that what you'd find a lot in books back then is that, oh, well, the Soviet Union is the king of the North and the United States is the king of the South. And of course, that couldn't be true anymore because there is no Soviet Union now. But they do that kind of thing, and a lot of other guesses. But actually, if we're going to know what it really is, you have to be consistent with the scriptures. It's talking about a specific geographical area. That's what it's talking about. And there's no justification for leaving that. And this is the area north and south of the land of Israel. So, while we would say that Antiochus may be a type, in other words, a prophetic shadow of the Antichrist, that's fine to believe that. But then if you go ahead and say, well, this is the Antichrist, and you're actually then leaving the chronological narrative, that's when you're going to get on the wrong path and not understand this material. Now, personally, I think in the book of Daniel, this is how Yahweh sealed up the book. He has a lot of these little logical fallacies in there that, well, what he puts in is not a logical fallacy, but he knows how people think, and he knows that that's going to be how they see that. And so there's a lot of these kinds of little logical traps through the book of Daniel that has actually kept people from understanding what it really means until it was his time to reveal the truth. That's why these things are in there. But if we just understand that the Antichrist or the Anti-Messiah is not even going to arise until we're in the tribulation, then it's pretty easy then to understand this cannot be, and chronologically speaking, the Antichrist that we're talking about here as the king of the south or as the king of the north. So I guess we've pretty much covered that whole idea of what I'm getting at there. So let's take a look at the map again. This is the geographical area. And if you look directly north of Israel, you have the area of Turkey there. And then if you look south, you have the area of Egypt. So it's not too hard to figure out where the king of the north and the king of the south are located, even by looking at the ancient map. And as you look at the map, interestingly, we have a similar setup in modern times. And what we find is that the same plan of the enemy can now operate today in the last days. And there are these two powers, and this is being developed right now in order to squeeze Israel in the middle. And as you look in the Middle East and you see all the turmoil and so on there, what you can picture is these great demonic spirits up there twisting, applying pressure to this vice in order to come to that place where they can break Israel. This is their plan. And they have a lot of cooperation there in that area because there's a lot of people that want that same result. So now what we're going to get to is the king of the north in the time of the end, in our day. So here's what we're looking at. And as you can see, we have the modern names now for these places. In the north, we have Turkey, and in the south, we have Egypt. And Daniel 11:40 brings us from the ancient past suddenly to the last days. It says, "At the time of the end shall the king of the south contend with him, and the king of the north shall come," and so on. So, in Daniel 11:40, it's departing from the earlier narrative. And now it's jumping us forward into the time of the end. Why would it do that? Well, because after the Seleucid Empire, the Romans took over. And none of this applied anymore. There was no king of the north or king of the south. There was just the Romans. So none of that applied anymore. So the angel left the whole narrative of the Romans out of the picture. It wouldn't be again until at some point in the time of the end that this same picture, the same paradigm would be reestablished. For one thing, how could that happen until there was an Israel again in the Middle East? And we know for almost 2,000 years there was no Israel in the Middle East. And so it's rather amazing, I think, as you look at it, to realize that this could happen again. That in the time of the end, you could again have the same setup, the same paradigm that had happened so many hundreds of years ago, and the way that it is presented in the narrative just assumes it. Amazing. So, what we've got again here in these last days is this same plan. Trapping Israel in the middle and cracking that nut. Daniel 11:40 says, "At the time of the end shall the king of the south contend with him, and the king of the north shall come." So, see, we're still talking about the same regional kings that we were talking about before, only in the last days. And let's look a little more closely at that. At the time of the end. At the time of the end. What end? The end of the age. And it says, the king of the south will contend with him. What him is it talking about? Well, it goes on and says, and the king of the north shall come against him. So obviously, it's the king of the south contending with the king of the north. And then it says that the king of the north is going to come against the king of the south like a whirlwind, with chariots, with horsemen, and with many ships. And he shall enter into the countries and shall overflow and pass through. A lot of information here in one verse. The first thing we find out is that the king of the south, Egypt, will provoke the king of the north, which in modern day terms is Turkey. The king of the north will then come against the king of the south like a whirlwind. And then the king of the north will overflow and pass through every country standing in his way, because he's going like a whirlwind to Egypt. Now, there's a few things that are of interest here before we move on, just looking at the situation as it exists in the Middle East today. What you've got going on in the Middle East right now is a war between the Sunnis and the Shia. It's not this. You can't really expect that right now you're going to see this happening. Because Turkey, they're Sunnis. The Egyptians are Sunnis. And the wars that we're seeing, such as in Yemen, such as in Syria and Iraq, what that's all about is the Shia Muslims, who are led by Iran, and the Sunni Muslims are in this big conflict. And that's what's happening. So it doesn't really fit the picture of the king of the north and the king of the south. But that's all going to change. Basically, what I'm assuming from this is probably likely that the Sunnis are going to end up coming out on top in this. And the reason I think that is because both the king of the north and the king of the south are Sunnis. So it would tell you they've already dealt with the other problem, and now they're in a place where they can deal with, okay, who's going to be the top dog here, me, Egypt, or you, Turkey? And you see, both have historic claims. We'll get into that in another discussion. So I think what we can expect is, even though right now, as we look at it, it seems like the Shias seem to be having the greatest success. That's not going to continue. At some point, that's going to change, and the Sunnis are going to come out on top. That's what this would say to me. But historically, the Arab Muslims look at the Turks as subpar Muslims because, frankly, they're racially prejudiced against them because they're not Arabs. So they're not as good a Muslims as the Arab Muslims. So this really could then form a fracture within the Sunnis that could result in what we're going to be seeing before this whole thing wraps up. So as you can see, there has to be a lot of turmoil in the Middle East for things to finally arrive at this picture. But we can be certain it will. And at the pace that we have been seeing things happen in the Middle East, that doesn't mean it has to be a long time, does it? Because things do change so drastically and radically in the Middle East in recent years. So those are just some observations that I've had in considering this information. Well, notice his purpose. The king of the north, his purpose. His purpose is to go after Egypt like a whirlwind. So he's going to go through other countries, but his purpose in going through them is not to conquer those countries. He may conquer them if they get in his way, but it says he shall overthrow and pass through. That's his real purpose, is to pass through that territory in his war against Egypt. It says he shall enter by the glorious land. That's the most direct route. Go right down through Israel. If you're moving like a whirlwind, you're not going to do that. You're going to do that. And that's what he's going to do. Abundant countries shall waver. Countries with great resources will be shaken by the king of the north. But these shall be delivered out of his hand, Edom and Moab and the chief of the sons of Ammon. And I talked about that in my Jordan message. And we presently have that up on the website. If you want to see that, I'll tell you the reasons why the king of the north is passing by these areas. And that fits into the prophetic picture. It says, he shall stretch forth his hand to seize countries, and the land of Egypt shall not escape. But he shall rule over the treasures of gold and of silver, and over all the precious things of Egypt. And the Libyans and the Ethiopians shall follow at his heels. Now I find that interesting because Ezekiel chapter 37 specifically mentions the Ethiopians and the Libyans with Gog. Rather interesting. So it's going to look something like this. King of the north, coming like a whirlwind through different countries, coming right down through the glorious land, but also other countries. It doesn't name all the countries, so we don't know all of them. It does mention Ethiopia and Libya And it's going to be a very, very quick campaign. And he's going to actually take Egypt and rule over all of the wealth of Egypt. So you can picture that, I think, rather easily. Then reports out of the east and out of the north shall energize him, and he shall go forth with great fury to destroy and utterly to sweep away many. What I believe this is about is not threatening reports against him. I believe if you understand that this actually has to be Gog of the book of Ezekiel, and in Ezekiel it tells you all the various locations where fighters were going to come from to be part of this army. There's a large area that would be east of him, and that's Central Asia. And also Iran is going to join him. And then north, of course, is where he's from. So what I'm thinking he's getting is reports now of other armies that want to join him. Join him for what? Well, I believe it's for the destruction of Israel. And it says he goes forth with great fury to destroy and utterly to sweep away. And it tells us he shall plant the tents of his royal command center between the seas and the glorious holy mountain. Yet he shall come to his end, and none shall be able to help him. Friends, that looks just about like this. That's where he ends up. Does that spot look familiar? You know, when we talked about Gog in Ezekiel 38 and 39, this is where Gog ends up. We talked about the great army of locusts in the book of Joel, chapter 2. That's where that army ends up, where they're destroyed. And this is where the king of the north ends up, between the seas and the glorious holy mountain. And it says, the king of the north shall come to his end. Doesn't tell us how. Not here. We have to go to these other verses. Now, this narration has different facts in it than what we have found in some other places. And so there might be some questions about that. But I'm going to include some of that, answers to some of that in the next message. So you want to come to that. But clearly, these are all kind of different viewpoints from the scriptures of the same event that happens right at the end of the time of the end, just moving into the Great Tribulation. And this is the attack of Gog. So what happens? They find out that Israel is a nut they can't crack. You'd expect that little nut to break, but instead, the king of the north is shattered. And we know that it's Yahweh himself who is going to do that. Destroy the enemy's plan. So, of course, when he destroys their plan, they're going to be so discouraged, they're going to stop attacking Israel, right? No. What this is going to mean is that now we pull out all the stops. That's why it's the Great Tribulation. When this plan fails, they're going to go at ludicrous speed, to quote one of my movie memories. They're just going to pull out all the stops, is what's going to happen, and that's what we call the Great Tribulation. As a matter of fact, it's kind of interesting here This verse, the last verse of chapter 11, tells us about the king of the north coming to his end. And the first verse of Daniel chapter 12, which is part of the same narrative, says this: At that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince who stands for the sons of your people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was, since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone who shall be found written in the book. Realizing that this is in chronological order, when it says, at that time shall Michael stand up, it's saying at the time that the king of the north is destroyed. And then he says, that's when the time of trouble will happen. Like, that's not trouble? Right? That's not trouble, having this huge army right there on your doorstep about to destroy you? I think if he's saying that after that there's going to be a time of trouble that's the worst ever, you can bet that the Great Tribulation is going to be a tremendous time of trial for everyone. And that's just really the warm-up for it when that happens. But as we've talked in some of our earlier presentations, there are reasons why this is happening this way. Because, for one thing, the threat from the king of the north against Israel is really going to be the event that it's going to bring so many Israelis to repentance and to real faith. We know that this is going to be followed by a tremendous outpouring of the Holy Spirit. It's going to be the causative factor of this joining of the remnant who will already be in the land, now with believing Israel in the land. And we want to talk a lot more about all of this, because this is the part that's really important to us. This is how Yahweh is going to accomplish the things that he has promised for so many years. And it's going to be really an amazing time. So even though, yes, it's going to be a time of trouble, it's going to be a time of many blessings for everyone who is found written in the book. And I pray that will include you. Well, that's it for tonight's presentation. We're going to go into more throughout each of these presentations that will give you a rounded and well-formed understanding of this whole period of time that is so important and so formative to the remnant. Until then, shalom.
Prophetic Fulfillments Just Ahead is a seminar by Eliyahu Ben David on Bible prophecy concerning the scattered remnant of Israel, featuring 7 hours of Bible prophecy, plus bonus content. Understand prophecy about the last days. Discover lost truth about the remnant. Order your copy today at truthpoint.info.
As you can see here with our title, this is about the tribulation trigger. And on my graphic, doesn't it just make you not want to push that button? Well, I think it helps us if we know what does push that button. then we'll understand what's going to be happening. We'll be ready for what's about to happen. And these things are included in Scripture to make us ready here in these last days. It's very interesting that the book of Ezekiel speaks of Gog. And it says, "You shall come like a storm, you shall be like a cloud." And in Daniel, it says that the king of the north will come like a whirlwind, which to me is about the same thing as a swift cloud. And in Isaiah here, where it mentions a swift cloud, the word cloud actually means darkness. And it's reminiscent to me of Joel chapter 2, where it talks about Gog as a locust horde. And when a locust horde comes, it's like a cloud that fills the sky. It connects these celestial events with the great day of his wrath. So, the great day of his judgment has been ongoing, but now the great day of his wrath begins, where he's actually pouring out vengeance upon the wicked. And this outpouring of his wrath begins with the destruction of Gog and Gog's hordes.
Supernatural Warfare, Fight to Win, 2020. This is a fresh edit of last year's New Year message. Current events make this message even more relevant right now. Believers are in a war, and the COVID-19 pandemic reminds us we must develop a wartime mindset as we move into the more difficult days.
We have a verse that we're going to have as our theme verse for the year. 2 Timothy 2:3. You therefore must endure hardship as a good soldier of Messiah Yeshua. You know, I couldn't find one with kittens and bunnies in it, so I chose this one instead. No, this is not the message that most people want to be hearing, is it? To endure hardship. That's not what we want to hear. However, we're living in the last days, and things really are changing. We are called to be soldiers of Messiah Yeshua, spiritual fighters for the kingdom. To do that as a soldier, to be a good soldier, well, you must endure hardship. And this is what the scriptures tell us. And all the more so in the times that we're living. So our theme is supernatural warfare, fight to win. We're actively part of Messiah's army, and we are doing things. We are acting on behalf of the kingdom, and we intend to be effective. So that's our stance. Now, sometimes out there, it gets kind of rough. Maybe this picture makes sense to some of you. You know, maybe you have been through some spiritual chaos like this, And it kind of feels like, oh, where is the nearest foxhole? And you might wonder, well, why is this happening, that we're experiencing such things? And it's because we are soldiers in a universal battlefield. That's really the reason. So some people are not real aware of the spiritual battle. And because they're not aware, when the spiritual battle comes and visits them at their door, they wonder, how did this happen? How did I end up in the middle of this spiritual battlefield? You know, I just kind of wanted to experience grace and, you know, love and the good stuff. I didn't want this whole battlefield experience, you know? Well, here's where we need to have a little review so that we will remember where the battle came from. And just a few simple things here. The universal war started here, in the garden, right? We had the beautiful place. We had the paradise where everything was perfect. Unfortunately, we could not keep it. That's kind of the bottom line. So what happened is the spirit creature we call the devil came into the garden in the guise of a snake and tempted our first parents. And you kind of wonder, like, okay, you've got a paradise, you've got everything, how could you be tempted? We're so innocent and so thinking that nobody was going to do anything bad to them, that the enemy was just able to lead them right down the garden path to destruction. And look at what it has brought on all the generations of mankind since then. And this was the beginning of the war. And realize it was not our Creator that started the war. It was the rebels that started the war against Him. They thought they could do better than Him. And they thought that they could take over the rulership from the Creator, who rightfully has the right to rule what He created. So what happened there in the garden is He spoke a prophecy to those involved, including to the serpent. He said, I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He will bruise your head and you will bruise his heel. So this was a prophecy of what would happen. Enmity is hatred, isn't it? So from this point on, the war was on. So what was the objective of the war? The rebel objective was universal dominion. To steal dominion away from the Creator and from His seed, if you will, and to grasp onto it for themselves. Because it wasn't just the serpent. The serpent developed a seed. We have to realize about this war that there is a great personal cost to those who are deceived by the enemy. This is from the book of Revelation. Anyone whose name was not found recorded in the book of life was thrown into the lake of fire. Eternity is at stake in the war. Your eternity is at stake. My eternity is at stake. So this is why we cannot afford to be overconfident or to ignore the war. Because ever since then, the war has been ongoing. So what happened back there? Well, the serpent got busy reproducing other rebels like himself in both heaven and earth. This was at the beginning of the war. And right away, he started having amazing success. It must have been startling, really, both in heaven and on earth as the population of mankind grew, to see the incredible success that the enemy was having. People were choosing him over their creator. Before long, it got this bad. Genesis tells us the earth was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. Elohim saw the earth and saw that it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. Things got so bad that other than Noah and his family, the whole world was corrupt. At this point, the Creator had to step in to save the creation that he had made. And as we know, he washed the world clean. So then you had this fresh new start, right? You had this experience of what happens when people follow the enemy. So what you would think would happen is that things would be different after the flood. And as people came about on the earth, they would fear the true God. Actually, it got just as bad again as it was before the flood. There weren't so many people in the world yet. There was, however, a large population who were all gathered in the same area. They resented the flood, in fact. And they resented that the Creator would intervene in the way that he did. There were instigators that were raised up by the enemy who maligned the Creator, and they chose to follow the enemy and to follow the other fallen ones that were with him. And they decided to turn their back on their Creator, literally to ignore him, and maybe he would go away. And they built a tower. The purpose of the tower was to commune with evil spirits. So if you think of this, this is the fathers and mothers of the entire human race that turned their back on the Creator. And Romans 1:28 is talking about this when it says, just as they did not see fit to acknowledge God any longer, God gave them over to a depraved mind to do those things which are not proper. So from this time forward, because of this choice of mankind, the devil and those with him have had rulership over the earth. They are, in fact, ruling over the earth. However, the Creator has not given up his right to rule. So at times when he's needed to do it, he intervenes. And there's really a war between these spiritual powers. And I think it's good to note that when we look at the flood, we realize that our Father in heaven, who is all-powerful, could just wipe out the enemy. But as we see from that first prophecy in the garden, that was not his way. He was going to allow this war to actually move forward through time to come to its conclusion, to give every person an opportunity to choose which side they want to be on. Many times people don't know that they're choosing, but they are, by the things they're doing in their life and the things they're not doing. They're choosing which side of the war they want to be on. And of course, the enemy of mankind continues to do what he did in the garden. He wants to close the eyes of people to what the truth is, to the Creator, and instead lull them into a false sense of security, to cause them to become totally absorbed with their own selves, their own feelings, their own desires. And this is what most people fall into. That's really sad that that's true. However, there have been some that have had their eyes open and choose the other side in the war, the side of the Creator. But it is a war if you choose that. And you need to know that going in. You need to understand as a believer that you're at war and that you're fighting for something. And that's very important to understand. After this happened and the whole world rejected our Creator, he made a counter move. This is all like a big chess game. And he made a counter move of creating one nation for himself out of all the nations of the world. All the other nations, they belonged to these other evil spirit gods. But he raised up one nation to represent the true God in the world. And we know he did this through the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel, which name means he will rule as God. Exodus 19:5 and 6 tell us what Yahweh said to his nation at Mount Sinai, where he first assembled them as a nation. He says, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, then you shall be my own possession from among all peoples. For all the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words which you shall speak to the children of Israel. They agreed. And they entered into this covenant. It's easy to say you're going to do something. Over time, it's harder to do it. The nation of Israel has had a very mixed history, and we all know that. We can read about it in the pages of the scriptures. But we see here what the deal was, because this is the deal. If we obey his voice and we keep his covenant, then we can be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. This is conditional. It's conditioned on keeping the covenant and obedience. So what it turns out is that not all who claim to be Israel are Israel according to these terms. The ones that are the true Israel, which the scriptures refer to as the remnant of Israel, are the remnant who are faithful to the covenant, who obey his voice. And unfortunately, in most every generation, but not all, that's been a minority of Israel. After this time, it became apparent who the woman was that he was talking about in Genesis 3:15. The woman is the woman Israel. In Revelation chapter 12, it gives us this picture of a woman about to give birth with a crown of 12 stars, indicating the 12 tribes of Israel. She was in pain, laboring to give birth, and as we read on, she does in fact give birth. This is the woman and her seed that it's talking about. The woman gave us a champion, the Son of the living God. The Lion, who is of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has overcome. We've been spending a lot of time walking with him through the Gospels in his life. We have seen his amazing courage facing up to the evil ones. We have seen his laser-like focus on the truth and his ability to stand by the truth no matter what was happening in his life. We saw him actually defeat the enemy by being willing to be defeated. Now, isn't that an interesting concept? That's what the enemy thought. Finally, I'm defeating God. Can you imagine the glee among all of the enemies of God when the Son of God was nailed to that tree? You can hear it in the background as you read the story in the Gospels. Little did they know that this was a war strategy to defeat the enemy, and that Yeshua Messiah was willing to endure hardship as a soldier of the kingdom. And he stepped forward and willingly offered himself, even to the point of death, in complete courage and faith. And in doing that, not only did he provide what was needed for us to be saved, but he gave us an example of what is required of every son and daughter of the living God in this war. That we too must be willing to endure hardship, that we too must be willing to do what it takes to win this war for the kingdom. And we have a leader we can believe in, that we can trust, our Yeshua Messiah. Meanwhile, the war rages on toward the rest of her seed. Revelation 12:17, the dragon grew angry with the woman and went away to make war with the rest of her seed, who keep Elohim's commandments and hold Yeshua's testimony. This is the end-time picture of the remnant. They continue to keep Elohim's commandments. They know to be his nation, they're required to do so. And they're required to obey his voice. But this does not mean that they don't have faith in the Messiah. Exactly the opposite thing is true. They have been saved by the blood of the Lamb. And they have a testimony. And their testimony has arisen because they're in the war. Right? And they have experienced that warfare because of their faith and their unswerving obedience. And so they have a testimony of walking with Yeshua Messiah. And they also are the seed. This means that if you're one of them, the war has found you. If that's true, then it's really time to decide to be a kingdom soldier. You've got something at stake. You have a reason to fight back. One more thing about that. Here in Romans 16:20, it says, the Elohim of peace will quickly crush Satan under your feet. You know, oftentimes in the Christian world, when they talk about the prophecy of Genesis 3:15 and so on, they rightly point to Messiah as being the seed. But do you notice in the New Covenant scriptures, it is including the remnant who are following Messiah as also part of that seed. And they're encouraged that they too will crush Satan under their feet. And you're reading about that in the book of Revelation. And of course, what this means is that while this has been a long and hard-fought battle, we will win. We absolutely will win. Some of us personally might not win. Some of us might go over to the other side. That happens in warfare. But we get to choose that, whether we're going to do that or not. The seed of the woman will win. Well, to some people, all of this sounds pretty intense. Other people say spiritual warfare is very easy. Just take authority over those demons. Is it really that easy? You know, we have this picture here of somebody who might be a lackadaisical kind of believer, saying, the devil can't do nothing to me. I'm covered by the blood of the Lamb. And what are you doing for him? I guess that would be my question. Here's the thing about folks like this. You know, we care about them and we want them to wake up. Because if they have this attitude, sooner or later what's going to happen is they're going to find that attitude will not cut it. And it's going to hurt on the day that happens. Here's some examples of what I'm talking about. Here are some very famous preachers: Finis Dake, Oral Roberts, Kenneth Hagin, Catherine Coleman, Amy Semple McPherson. They all have something in common. They all went around telling everybody that all believers should be completely healed of every disease, never should be sick. And put a lot of guilt on people, too, because they got sick. And yet, every one of them all died with diseased bodies. Now, I'm not saying God can't heal you, but I'm saying don't oversimplify the truth. Because if you do and you get overconfident, you can very easily be proven a liar. And that's what happened to these people. So we're looking at a war here, and wars are not easy, and there's casualties in war. By all means, take your enemy seriously. The scripture says, be sober and self-controlled, be watchful. Your adversary, the devil, walks around like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. He is actively looking to devour believers. And believers are told in the scripture to be sober, to be self-controlled, to be watchful of this. So the attitude of the devil who is not a scriptural attitude. It definitely is not a winning attitude. The winning attitude is know your enemy, even respect your enemy for who they are, and deal with them in a real way. Besides the devil himself as an enemy, we must remember the devil has lots of help. And Yeshua said, you will be hated by all men for my name's sake. Remember, the whole world went over to the devil's side. So he's got lots of help. And in this particular presentation, we're not going into the spiritual side of this very much. You know, the side of deliverance from demonic spirits and so on. In this discussion, we are really concerned with this part of the spiritual battle, of how he uses people to attack us. You know, you do have authority over the spirits. You can cast out demons all day long. You can't cast out people very well. And they can do things to you that demonic spirits aren't able to do. So this is really the part of the spiritual battle that we're looking at right now. We have to realize about this that hatred is ratcheting up towards believers. And this is foretold for this time period, and we are seeing it. Yeshua said, "You will be hated by all men for my name's sake." And this is increasing. You know, in 2015, we put out this DVD. And in this DVD, it reveals that the fifth seal of Revelation has been opened. What that means is unprecedented persecution would soon be coming on believers around the globe. Now, when we put that out, some people said, surely you're overstating the case, that this can't really be the fifth seal being opened. But then by 2018, we had this headline: Christian persecution and genocide is worse now than any time in history, the report says. And if you're awake, you know this is true, because we have reports about this, and all around the globe, this is true. And persecution is heating up, and here we're talking about what you might refer to as hot persecution, you know, involving death, prison, things like this. This requires something of us. This means that we need to start preparing ourselves now for the persecution that in many cases is already here in some forms, but which is going to be intensifying. So a verse like this, "You therefore must endure hardship as a good soldier of Messiah Yeshua," is really an excellent verse to help us to get the mindset that we need in order to deal effectively with this war. And so nobody wants to hear about hardship, especially in a rich country like America. But we need to be thinking about it if we're going to be good soldiers of the kingdom. We must adopt the wartime mindset of a soldier. We're not like soldiers, we are soldiers. Do you know the difference? Don't wait for persecution to adopt the wartime mindset of a soldier. Now, there's some things you can do right away. Like, let's say you live here in the West, you still have relative freedom. You can think about things like this. If it's on the internet, it isn't private. You know, when we have so much freedom, a lot of times we don't even think of the fact that we're making all this information available to the enemy, so that when the enemy actually gets ready to strike, you know, they have all this information about you, along with pictures, and not just you, about everybody you know. And why help them? So think about that. Here's a little illustration I found, some low-tech tips to protect your privacy online. Think about these things. There are many, many other suggestions you can find on the internet about privacy and even being anonymous. This is something we need to educate ourselves about. Don't just think because everything seems so free right now that it's going to go on this way. And you know, all this stuff, it gets saved forever, right? Just think of a list: on this date you looked up this, on this date you looked up this. Things that were perfectly innocent and that you had a reason to do can be built together to look like you're some kind of a terrorist or a criminal. Here's another thing you've got to know. Being too trusting can hurt you or even kill you. You are all such nice people. That could kill you. We all want to be nice to people. We might be the last people in the world, believers, that want to be nice to people. And I'm not saying don't be a nice person, but also I'm saying don't be a dumb person. Be careful. about what you say and to whom you say it. You know, discretion is a biblical virtue. And yet we have a culture today that's telling you, be transparent. Tell people everything. This is not biblical. The scriptures tell us use discretion in what you say. We have the example of Yeshua Messiah. Did he tell everybody everything? We have places in the Gospels where people said to him, you're the Messiah, and he says to them, don't tell anybody. Discretion is really essential, and we need to start praying and asking to get that gift of discretion in our speech. Here's a big reason why I'm talking about this. Betrayal will become the greatest threat to your life. I'm not saying it might. I'm telling you absolutely it's going to. It is going to get there. Matthew 24 is talking about this very time period that we're coming up on. And he said, then they will deliver you up to oppression and will kill you. You will be hated by all of the nations for my name's sake. Then many will stumble and will deliver up one another and will hate one another. That's talking about believers or professed believers. They're going to stumble and they're going to betray one another. There's nothing you can do to stop that from happening. But you do need to learn to use discretion. You have no idea the evil that lies in the heart of your friends. You don't know which ones, though. So this is why it is so vital for us to learn discretion. You must always weigh everything you say to unbelievers and even to believers who love the world, including family and friends. You can tell who loves the world. Oh, but you shouldn't judge people. I'm not talking about judging people, okay? You're not going to decide their eternal destiny, but you have to decide who they are in relation to you. That's your obligation. It's not just something you can do, it's something you must do. So you need to decide, are they people you can trust? And to what level can you trust them? And this is true of unbelievers, but it's also true of believers who do not give evidence in their life of totally giving themselves over to Messiah. Because people who are divided are dangerous people in terms of what we're talking about. Those are the people that can easily be turned by the enemy. The people you can trust are the people who are totally given to Messiah above everything. And you can even be fooled about that. The Word is our standard. The scriptures talk about this in the book of Psalms. It says, blessed is the man who doesn't walk in the counsel of the wicked, nor stand in the way of sinners, nor sit in the seat of scoffers, but his delight is in Yahweh's Torah. On his Torah he meditates day and night. So you see, if you hang out with wicked people, which wicked people are people that do not keep the commandments, people who are choosing to be sinners. We know in one sense we're all sinners, right? Because we're born in sin. That's not what this is talking about. This is people who choose to be sinners. And we're living in a time where people do that. And not only that, they call their sin good. talking about people like that, or sit in the seat of scoffers. If you sit with people and talk with people and accept them scoffing at God and at His Word, you're sitting in the wrong place and you need to get up and get out. Now, some people might hear this and say, yes, but what about witnessing to people? Witnessing to people is not being friends with the world. It's an entirely different thing. You're not bringing them in to your inner world and revealing all your secrets and everything about your life to people you're witnessing to who are unbelievers. You have an object in mind, and that is to share Messiah with them. You are a blessed person if you make these distinctions. We need to discriminate on the basis of the Scriptures. That's what the psalm here is telling us about. We must do this. And especially as we come into times of persecution where we know we've already been warned here as to what's going to happen. Should we not use some wisdom in our associations with people? So that's really a word to the wise. The Scriptures give us direction in many places to make these kinds of decisions. And as we look into a person's life who has some doorway into our sphere, sometimes we wonder, is this person of the devil or are they of God? You know, sometimes you see some stuff on one side that screams devil, devil, devil. But on the other side, you see things that, oh, well, they're trying to be nice. You know, maybe they're open, and we want to help them. So how do we decide what we're going to do with this person? Well, 1 John says this, in this the children of God are revealed, and the children of the devil. Whoever doesn't do righteousness is not of God. Neither is he who doesn't love his brother. And I believe that these are indications that are given to us to help us to discern who we're talking to and what level of trust we can put in given individuals. So this is what we need to do and start doing it. This is part of our mindset makeover that we need, is discipline yourself to allow the Word and the Spirit to control your every word. You know, we can't afford anymore to just be running off at the mouth because we like to talk. We need to be measuring our words. Yeshua said that every word will be judged. So, you know, speaking at all is a pretty risky thing to be doing, if you think about that. So think about your words. Think about what you say and why you're saying it, that your words might be upbuilding to those people that need that encouragement, people that need the truth. Don't ever run down your brothers and sisters to other people. There might be something about one of your brothers and sisters you don't like. Do not vent to other brothers and sisters. That's just evil and wrong. You can do tremendous harm, and particularly in times of persecution, which are coming up, where you have to depend on every person, because people all know each other in any kind of a community of believers. If you start making enemies with other believers, that is going to come back on you in a really bad way. So don't do that. Just a word to the wise about that. You know, when the Civil War broke out, the boys on both sides thought, oh, well, we'll go do this over a weekend and this war will be over. You know, the Southern boys, they thought, well, those Northern boys, they'll never be able to withstand us, and so we'll just go do this and that'll be over. the northern boys thought the same thing. When they actually got in the clutches of warfare, it was a long, terrible, drawn-out ordeal. And an entire culture was basically wiped out. And war, any kind of war, whether we're talking about spiritual war or physical war, war is horrible. So you have to realize that warfare of any kind is going to test you beyond what you are comfortable with, beyond even what you think you can tolerate, many times dragging on beyond what you'd ever think. And so we need to know this, and we need to consider what our focus is in our life. If your focus is on your own wealth and comfort and safety, you will not endure what is being brought upon the entire inhabited earth. You won't endure. I'm sorry, but your desires are for the wrong things. And you really need a change of mind if this is where you're at. Now, this is where a lot of people are at, and a lot of those people would never hear a message like this because they don't listen to anything longer than 15 minutes. Don't be a shallow person like that. Life is more important than that. You need to take some time to build up your character if you're going to be a good soldier of Messiah Yeshua. It's something you have to work at. It doesn't just happen. And you have to have the right focus in your life as to what's important to you, what your priorities are. To be a good soldier of Messiah, Messiah has to be what's important to you. Am I right? Find the army that is actually fighting the war and join in battle formation. I will tell you, in a war, if you are a straggler out there in the battlefield and you're not with your unit, you will not last. The bullets are flying everywhere. You're going to be the first casualty. Messiah is assembling his spiritual army here in these last days. You need to find a unit that's serious about fighting this war and get in the middle of it. That's what will be a place of protection for you. I like this picture. I like the fact that every one of these soldiers is part of a wall of protection. Wouldn't you feel like relatively pretty safe back there? Warfare is what overcomers do. Overcomers know that to win, you have to take the battle to the enemy. You cannot win just by letting the enemy pummel you. You got to take the battle back to the enemy to win the war. This is what we need to do. Now, I'm not talking about actually hurting people. So don't get me wrong about this. You know, we're not going out with bullets and knives and hurting people because we don't want to hurt people. But we are talking about fighting this war of words, this war of concepts, and a war for the souls of men and women. And we're not going to surrender those people. I'm not willing to surrender one person who's part of the remnant if I can do anything to stop that from happening. But I know we will lose some people. What we'll find out in the end is not everybody that wants to be part of the remnant or thinks they're part of the remnant really is part of the remnant. We will find that out, but I'm not willing to concede that person. They're going to have to actually do it, if you follow what I'm saying. We have to have a winning mentality and not just give up. 2 Corinthians 10, 3 through 5. For though we walk in the flesh, we don't wage warfare according to the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh, but mighty before Elohim to the throwing down of strongholds, throwing down imaginations, and every high thing that is exalted against the knowledge of Elohim, and bringing every thought into captivity to the obedience of Messiah. Now let me tell you this. This world is filled with deception. I don't believe something just because some scientist said it, and you shouldn't either. I don't believe something just because some stuffed suit on the TV says it to me, and you shouldn't either. Our job as soldiers is to not believe the world and instead believe his word and bring the truth of his word to bear against all those lies, against all that deception, that the truth might ring clear in the ears of every lover of truth so that they can choose their side in the war. That's what we need to do. Bringing every thought into captivity to the obedience of Messiah. Now you might think, I'm not a person who's very good at communicating. Doesn't matter. Can you be a vessel that the Holy Spirit can use? You know what? 99% of being a soldier for Messiah is showing up. Can you show up? That's what we have to get over, right? Is mindset problems. A lot of it having been instilled by the world, a lot of it part of our flesh nature, a lot of it part of deceptions that have come from a whole host of different places. And we have to break through that and let his word inform us and actually be changed by his word. Our priorities changed, our goals in life changed, everything about us changed into the mindset of a soldier. I like this little picture. Those slings and arrows. And it never seems to be just one, does it? They always come in clouds. But the overcomers don't just take the slings and arrows of the enemy. They don't just run and hide in a corner. They might as a strategic move for a point. But they don't stay there. To win, it requires holy order, active training, and great personal commitment. Every soldier must have strong focus and be serious about training, practice. You know, a lot of believers have a thought in mind that because we have a God who is so great, who can win every battle, that we don't really need to be very concerned about our part in that. That we don't really need to train. That we don't really need to have that level of personal commitment. The remnant know that's not what the scriptures tell us. They tell us that being a soldier for Messiah Yeshua is something very rigorous. And it requires commitment and focus and training and practice in the things that disciples of Messiah do. However, when we do invest our effort and our time into that, we can find that we can be very effective in countering the enemy. We can really give it back to the enemy. Learn to shoot straight and fly right. You know what I would like to have happen? I would like to see every time the devil attacks Yahweh's people, for him to get hurt worse than they did. For him to try to take something from the kingdom and instead to have a whole big chunk of his dominion ripped out of his hand. I think that's how we need to think about spiritual warfare. It's not just us not getting beat up. Let's think in terms of defeating the enemy in the areas in which he attacks us. That's really why we need to have this sense of focus, why we need to hone our skills, why we need to actually practice those things. James 4:7, by the way, I think is a verse that goes to this: resist the devil and he will flee from you. There's nothing like well-targeted arrows of truth to send the enemy running. I like this picture because I think it really portrays so much what war is about. So this is why I'm showing this. And you know what? On a spiritual level, this is so much what the war has been like through the many centuries. It just seemed like it was never going to stop, you know? Sometimes it still feels this way. But yet you have the stalwart soldiers that are still holding the line. What is ahead is going to become a lot more intense. And it's not going to be a walk in the park. So what we're recommending is do all you can to prepare yourself now. Prepare, endure, and fight to win this battle. Our theme, you therefore must endure hardship as a good soldier of Messiah Yeshua. That's a mindset. We need to all start working on that mindset so that we're ready when we need to be. Spiritual warfare. Fight to win. Let's pray together. Our Father, we want to come to you tonight, and we just thank you for being there. Thank you for helping each one of us and grabbing a hold of us, Father, and rescuing us out of this dying world and calling us to be yours, saving us by the blood of your Son. We know you didn't just save us so that we could be comfy. We like comfy, but that's not why you saved us. We are in a war, and as your children, we need to step up and fight for the family farm, which is the kingdom. We need to be good soldiers for Yeshua Messiah. And to do that, we've got to move out of our comfort zone. Father, we need to learn to accept inconveniences and hardships. We need to learn to change our priorities. But Father, the events that are coming in this world are not going to wait. They're coming. And on that day, we have to be ready. So, Father, I just ask you to help each of us to develop that mindset of a soldier for your kingdom, for Yeshua Messiah. Help us to overcome, Father, our reluctance. Help us to overcome even our unbelief sometimes, our insecurities, all of those things. To step forward and really give you an opportunity, Father, because in our weaknesses, that's where we're strong with your strength. Father, especially for us people who are in richer countries, it's really hard for us to sometimes endure the slightest kind of hardship. Many people have not endured those kinds of things, and it sounds so scary and difficult. I want to pray especially for those folks that, Father, you might help them, encourage them, and help them to see your almighty power and your control, and help them, Father, to have a vision of your kingdom so that they will know what it is that they are enduring for. Have a vision, Father, of Yeshua Messiah, who grips our hearts because of his righteousness, his goodness, and his love. Father, help us all to have that vision that we need to endure, because we know that he who endures to the end is the one who will be delivered. Whatever is coming, Father, we just commit ourselves to you and to your care and to your wisdom and to your love. And we know you are in control. We have chosen your side in the war, Father, because we believe in you. We believe in your right to rule over this earth and all that you created. And we stand with you. And Father, we admit that we are weak and that sometimes it's hard. And sometimes, Father, we can be deceived, and sometimes we can even be tempted. But this is not who we want to be. We want to rise up as your holy people in the world. We want to move forward with the courage of a lion, our lion. And Father, we want to glorify your name above every name in this world. So, Father, just be with us. Be patient with us. Pour out your grace into our lives and help us to change our minds, to change our hearts, and to put our focus fully on your Son and on your kingdom. Father, we pray these things in the name of Yeshua, our mighty King. Amen.
Thanks for watching. For a lot more from the scripture for these last days, sign up free at zion.net/register. That is TSIYON.net/register. For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites. and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.
Isn't the world around us going insane? Do you want to return to sanity and establish order in your life? Return to the sturdy foundation that Yahweh established in the beginning. Torah is the foundation. It is Yah's standard of righteousness that He established in the beginning. In the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, we are introduced to our Creator. We learn who He is and what His name is and what it means. His moral standard, His ways as a person, how He interacts with His people, and what He wants from us. Join Eliyahu ben David in this rich verse-by-verse study of the Torah and bring sanity back to your life. If you would like to listen to these vital programs, you can hear them for free on our radio station at tsiyon.org or download the Zion Road radio app and listen on your mobile device. You can also find our station on the TuneIn Radio app for iOS and Android devices. Or become a Torah Club member at zion.net, that is tsiyon.net, for only $12 a month, and gain full access to the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash program archives in MP3 format. Join us this Sabbath for the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash and bring order back to your life.